Hey everyone, good morning everyone from here in the United States. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to where in the flight sim world. We are here today. And this would be the final DC-3 leg for me for 2 weeks. So today we got another long one. Thankfully not nearly as long as the flight we did back last Sunday, but we're going to be here in Alaska. We're back at Erickson Air Station and we're heading our way over to Colby, Alaska. This is actually going to be one of the longer legs of a journey, and this is going to be a much more scenic flight compared to Sunday's flight. We're here at leg 31 of our trip, and it's great to see you guys here. And I want to say thank you, King Cobra 74, for the raid and the follow from Call Sign Midnight. Thank you guys so much for the follow and for the raid. Yeah, Alaska can be quite warm. So before we get started, I want to say hello in the chat. Super Typhon, good to see you. King Cobra with the rate of 9, thank you so much. You're going to be lurking, no worries. Hope you had a great stream. So, and Call Sign Midnight, great to see you. And Devil Dude 1's in the chat. And Roby as well. Great to have all you guys here as well. So let's go ahead and wait. Is that a two-tone Murphy? I actually see. Oh my gosh, it is a two-tone Murphy. Great to see you, two-tone Murphy. How you been doing, my friend? I hope you had a great wedding with Mrs. Two-Tone for the wedding. If you guys haven't followed Murph's channel, do visit Two-Tone Murphy. He is really, the bots aren't working fine. I'm gonna go ahead and shout out. I'm gonna do this one. Here we go. Shout out to Two-Tone Murphy if you haven't joined his channel. Yes, I got the Firefly Air and I got the hat on, my friend. But our flight today, we're going to be going, let me show you our nav map. We're recreating for you guys here. We're going to do Lake 31 here. So we're going to start here at Shemya Island. Then from Shemya, we'll go all across the Aleutian through the Rat Islands, the Andreanoff Islands, including Adak Island, and Atka. Going all the way across the bay, we go through the Fox Islands until we make our way over to Cold Bay, Alaska. In continental Alaska, we'll make our way to Cold Bay. So we'll be landing here as well. But this is going to be a pretty scenic flight through the Aleutian Islands. This should be a much more scenic place as well. So if you guys are here for the first time, we are recreating a journey done by Breitling in 2017. This was a project 4 years in the making at that time. They took a DC-3 Hotel Bravo India Romeo Juliet, which at the time was 77 years old, making it the oldest plane to ever fly around the world. We got started in Geneva way back in New Year's Day, and we went through all across, including much of the Middle East, Europe, in Southeast Asia, and even Japan. And now last week we did the hardest crossing of the entire journey from Obihiro to Shemya, 1,400 nautical miles. It was a long stream, but it was the most difficult leg of the trip. So today we're doing leg 31, which should be a little more scenic. We're here at Shemya Island. So initially they decided to stay for the night in Shemya. However, they shared task once they landed, and it turned out that they had to organize shipping drums for the U.S. military. However, they got military approval to get the gas and fuel from the Hercules. And Shemya's weather looked really, really good. So as a result, they decided to take off earlier in the morning and went to 2,000 feet for this one. And it took place during daylight in June, and being far north, there was only like 3 to 4 hours darkness, which I've already simulated like that. It's not much darkness. And it was a very scenic flight as they flew on the entire Aleutian Islands chain all the way to our destination in Cold Bay, Alaska. And they went to 42 hours since leaving Obihiro during this long flight. And after landing, they stayed at a small hotel. And that way they can get some sleep and get ready for the flight to Anchorage, which should be much shorter than this one. Well, nice that you've seen you fly over Japan. So, of course, if you guys don't know, this is our DC-3 Hotel Bravo India Romeo Juliet. this plane is over 70 years old, and we already have crossed through Japan and everywhere. And we're prepared to go on to the next half of the journey, which is going to be going through North America. So we're going to go ahead and get this plane turned on, ground power on. We're going to go ahead and ENOS. Hold it dark. Mixtures on. Right main tank, left main tank. That's left main tank. Propellers all the way forward. Okay, we're going to go ahead and turn first. Fuel switch pumps. That on. Hey, gonna do a quick test stream, but we'll be right back. Hey, no worries, Murph. No worries, Two-Tone Murphy. Thank you so much for coming onto the channel today. It's always great having your company here, Murph. Always. Got that engine on. We're gonna go ahead and energize both engines. We're gonna get those on. Like I said, I'm getting really good at starting the DC-3. Like I said, she's not that difficult of a plane to start. Okay. Turn on battery. Turn off ground power. Turn on the beacon lights. I'm gonna go ahead and turn on the position lights. I'm gonna go ahead and turn on a little bit of the pedestal light just for a little. So yeah, everything looks pretty good to go, everyone. So obviously, since this airport doesn't have any parking space, you might have to start in the runway. So do keep that in mind. But this should be an absolutely scenic flight. And we'll be going through. Oh, really? What did I do this? What did I do this time to not turn the thing on? Do I have to turn something with the hydro? Did I not do something right with this? Guess I must have done this cold and dark. Guess I turned the magnetos. So yeah. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing well this weekend. I hope you guys have a great weekend. Yesterday I completed the monthly schedule for the Australia schedule. So I had a long 6-hour flight from Singapore to Sydney in the Dreamliner. Did some of that yesterday. I also completed another achievement as well. I completed the new achievement out for yesterday. I got to complete it pretty quickly. I'm just trying to get as much XP as I can before I go on vacation, because I know how competitive the Viper's Premiership gate can get. Oh yeah, I'm very excited for my trip in June. So we're going to be at 2,000 feet for today, so we don't have to really worry about altitude, and we're going to get into a beautiful sunrise. And we're going to go at 100 degrees heading. Go. 80 knots, and I think start pulling up. Yep, peace up. Guys, we are up in the DC-3. We're going to say goodbye to Shemya Island, Alaska. And we'll start our trip through the Aleutian Islands. Hey, good to see you at the Uncle Beeson channel. Good to see you, my friend. Since sometimes this bot isn't working, I'm gonna actually do. Good to see Uncle Beeson channel. Check out his channel. Uncle Beeson's a great friend of ours in the community as well. Longtime friend, mainly on the Xbox. Great to see you. So we just got started on leg 31 of our journey. So, and I mean, look at this, guys. We just took off from Shemya Island, and we're heading our way over to beautiful. Throughout the Aleutian Islands, we should get some scenic. I mean, look at this. Look at the sunrise. Just look at that. That's. Oh, and hey, Iceman, great to see you as well. Also, if you like choppers, check out Iceman333's channel. He's also from around my, actually. Here's Iceman's channel. Here's his channel. And here's my Discord link as well, if you guys want to check out the Discord. Oh yeah, and I'm also above the 2,000 feet cruise out. I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna go ahead and put this on auto lean. I want to lean the mixture a bit because we're gonna be flying there for over 900 miles. So I'm gonna definitely have. Dude, I'm gonna have to definitely. So our first waypoint is gonna be. He's going to be at 127. Hey, grab your parachutes. Good to see you. Doing some mod work, I see. Getting rid of some of the... So, flying along with us today, we got quite the crew here today. We have Copperstick, Bossman. You guys are flying along today. This is going to be a great... So, if you guys aren't aware of this today, I have my slideshow ready on here if you guys are interested. As we get along with the flight, I prepared a slideshow for you guys here as well. Oh yeah, and by the way, there's also Eric Flight as well. Good to see you, Eric. Eric Flight does a lot of GA stuff as well. He does a lot of charity stuff for charity, and he does a lot of flights all around the world as well. So check out Eric Flight's stream and check him out when he gets to his streams. So great to see you, Eric. Hope you're doing well. And grab your parachutes. Excellent seeing you guys here, but man, this is going to be a really epic flight. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the pedestal light. There's no need to have that on. Yeah, this is absolutely scenic. You've been busy? No worries. Always great to have all the people here as well. It's great having you guys all here in this channel. Hey, Bossman, great to see you. I hope you're doing well. So, hope you're doing well, boss man. We're heading our way over to Cold Bay, Alaska. We'll be traveling through the entirety of the Aleutian Islands on today's stream, which is going to be a pretty epic flight. So very, very excited to do this in the DC-3. I mean, you can't imagine things better than DC-3 flying through much of Alaska. So, let me go ahead and get some of the slides started. No worries, I did see you there, Bossman. Yes, you're the DC-6. There's Kapu in the mighty DC-3. I mean, his formation flying is really, really good. So we're going to mainly stay around 160, 170 knots is where we're going to be staying. I don't want to go too fast, but the average cruising speed is around that speed, so we're going to keep it within the DC-3's main cruising speed. I know we can cruise it to 180, but I still want to cruise at a pretty good speed. Man, you guys are absolutely fine. Man, this is just... awesome stuff, dude. But yeah, it's hard to believe this, but we're going to we're going to mainland Alaska. Now, if you guys have never been to Alaska, I highly do recommend visiting the inside passage of Alaska, which is Ketchikan, Juneau, Skagway, but also like Sitka, Petersburg, and all of that. That's definitely a very pretty area of Alaska. It's definitely my favorite area in Alaska to fly in the sim. But also, I mean, I'm going to be visiting Alaska next year, so I'm going to visit more of it. I'm going to be visiting all the way to Valdez and Seward, which has got the Kenai Fjords National Park, which would be absolutely stunning. So, there's definitely a lot of things in Alaska that to like. And hey, good to see you, Kingsman. Welcome on in. I mean... great to see you, Kingsman. I hope you're doing well, my friend. I mean, it's gonna be a pretty amazing time here. We're gonna fly through Alaska today. We're gonna go to
You lovely voice, very like Celine Dion. Jeez.
Yeah, I'm doing really, really well, Kingsman. I had a good weekend. I got a lot of flying done yesterday, and we're going to be doing the Aleutians. This is going to be a really, really smart. So, if you guys aren't aware, I will be heading out on next Friday. This upcoming Friday, I'll be heading out to the Caribbean. So, go from Miami. We'll be visiting Aruba, Bonaire, in the Dominican Republic. So maybe after I do my cruise thing, I'll probably do some airline streaming to Bonaire, Aruba. Do something like that. That would be really, really cool. While we're supposed to be cruising at 2,000 feet, we're actually at 3,500. But that might be better in case of some of the islands we might be flying over and all that. But yeah, I can't wait to send you guys the pics as well. I mean, I look at the Firefly radar. I mean, there are tons of people flying all across Australia, in New Zealand, but also there's still a lot of you in Europe, and some of you in North America. Include myself, I'm flying all the way to Alaska. So, definitely going to be pretty excited as well. Yeah, it should be around, we should be around 6 hours of flight time today from here to Alaska. There's going to be a lot of ferrying. Now, if you guys have never done the MSFS bush trip, one of the bush trips you can get here is going through the Aleutians in the X-Cub. You travel through the entirety of the Aleutian Islands as well, which would definitely be a really scenic flight, but we're going to be doing the entire thing in a DC-3. How cool is that? So if you're here for the first time, welcome on in. I do streams every single Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. I'll be doing Wednesday Fridays will be Firefly Air, which is like right here. We'll be doing this is our main airline operations. We'll be doing airline flights, supporting the virtual airline. Is for the main airliner stuff. Fridays will be our general aviation flights. If you weren't there on Friday, we went through from Canberra to Melbourne, and it was definitely a very scenic flight. A lot of people didn't know about this, but yeah, that part of Australia is very mountainous. You'd be surprised how mountainous that part of Australia is. And then Sundays, which is where we're here right now, this is our DC-3 flights across the world. The recreation of what Team Breitling did in 2017. So, let me go ahead and give you some bit of the slideshow for a bit. On these Sunday streams, I compile these slideshow notes of information stuff, which is going to come really handy for these longer flights in the DC-3. And I'll be giving you guys information for the flights. So our topic for today is going to be about the Aleutian Islands, which is where we're going to be flying right now. So some information about the Aleutians, or in the Aleut language, Unagam Tanangan, or the land of the Aleuts. This is an archipelago in our chain of 14 large volcanic islands and 55 smaller islands. Most of them belong in Alaska, but there are some that are actually part of Russia. And they form the Aleutian Arc of the Northern Pacific Ocean, and they occupy a land area of around 17,666 square kilometers of land. And they extend about 1,200 miles westward of the Alaska Peninsula. And the Aleutians are basically among the westernmost points of the United States by longitude, and easternmost by longitude in Russia. And the Aleutians are part of the northernmost part of the Pacific Ring of Fire of volcanoes, which a lot of volcanoes and earthquakes are erupting here. And believe it or not, the Aleutians historically were the only parts of the U.S. that were actually invaded by Japan in World War II, were the Aleutians. So definitely a very important little island chain that goes right through much of Alaska. So you can see here in the picture, like some parts of it belong to Russia, but most of it belongs to the United States with Alaska. Now, if this was before 1867, all of this would be part of Russia, because if you guys remember your history, it was Russia that sold Alaska to the United States back then. There is that too. Now, geologically, the Aleutian Islands were created by mainly the Kula Plate and the North American Plate along the margin of the Bering Shelf, which is the Bering Sea, during the early Eocene period, which is around 56 million to 33.9 million years ago. And the Aleutian Island Arc was created with the subduction of the Pacific Plate as a result. And much of the rocks here in the Aleutian Islands were made of marine sedimentary rock and the Pliocene layer of sedimentary and indigenous rock. Pretty much of the geological stuff that makes up most of the islands. And there are basically 6 main groups, and geographically there are actually 6 groups of islands from east to west. They are the main, they're the Fox Islands. They include the islands of Unimak, Akutan, Unalaska, and Unmak. Then we have the island of 4 mountains, which includes 2 main islands of Unaska and Chuganadak. Then you have the Andrianov Islands, which includes Adak, Atka, Emila, Stegum, Kanaga, and Tanaga. Then you have the Rat Islands, which includes the islands of Kiska and Amchika. And then the Near Islands, which include Atu Island, Agatu Island, and the Simichi Islands, which includes the place where we departed today at Shemya. And finally, the Commander Islands, which is actually part of Russia, which is the islands of Bering and Medny. Now, all 6 of these islands are located between 51 degrees and 55 degrees north latitude, and 172 east and 163 degrees west longitude. And the largest islands in the Aleutian chain are Attu, Unalaska, Unimak, and Unimak in the Fox Island. They are the largest ones. And many of these islands bear marks of volcanic origins. So that is basically just the basics of each of the Aleutian Islands. Hey, good to see you, Ringbolt. Great to see ya. So yeah, I was just giving you guys a bit of the history lesson. So we're flying over the Aleutian Islands today. So right over here, we can see one of the first islands on our trip. To our right, this is Buldir Island is to our right. So you can actually see one of the volcanoes. Hey, a big raid from SYD GTV with the rate of 21. Hello, viewers. Great to see ya. Guys, we're doing leg 21 of our DC-3 trip. Greetings, everyone. This is Viper Strike Flight Simulation, and today we're here over the Aleutian Islands. We're taking the DC-3 on a historic world tour. We're recreating what Breitling did back in 2017, where they took the 77-year-old DC-3, Hotel Bravo India Romeo Juliet, which was 77 years old at the time. And we're currently on leg 31. We started in Geneva in New Year's Day, and we went across Europe, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and in Japan. And we're now here at the second half of the journey. We're in Alaska. Oh, great to see all of you guys here. So many people, and so many follows too. Let me give you the follows. NJT followed, Druzy 1981, Watchword 6F, Castro 2567. Carlin 1, and Scott C. Health. Good to see you guys. So, how was your stream, Sydney? I hope you had a great stream. Let me give you a shout out. I hope you guys had a great stream. Midnight Maltman, thank you for the follow. Wow, so many people here. I hope you had a great stream. And thank you so much for the raid as well. Thank you so much, my dude. Oh, you flew from Route 66. Oh, that was a great one. I did a Route 66 series back last year. I did it for my virtual airline Firefly Air, and we went through the entire route as well. That's awesome. No worries, my friend. Thank you for the raid. That meant a lot. Yeah, great to see you guys. If you guys are interested, if you like the content and you want to get more into my streams, I have my Discord set up, and we do lots of GA and airline stuff as well. We have a mix of everything from the airliners. But King Kong Carl, thank you for the follow, and we have Sid GTV for the follow as well, guys. That I was not expecting. But seriously, guys, thank you so much. That was really awesome. If you guys are here for the first time, I stream Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays on Twitch. Wednesdays are the Firefly Air content I make for the airliner stuff. I mainly fly the 737, but I also now have the ATR 42 and 72 as well. And I'm hoping with the new AAU update, the avionics update, coming out in June, I'll be taking the 74 and the 787 out for some flights. Fridays will be our GA stream, so we'll be flying general aviation. I'm mainly trying to find some unique places to fly, or places that are relevant to where I like to go. If you guys check out my VODs, I did one of Australia on Friday. It was definitely a great flight, with visiting the Great Divide Range of Australia, including Mount Kosciuszko. And of course, we're here Sundays. We do the Breitling DC-3 journey. It's 12:30 here. Yeah, thank you so much, Sydney. Definitely get some good sleep, my friend. And thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you so much. Who's got fighters? Oh man, go ahead. Man, what a great time to be here today. I mean, this is gonna already shape up to be awesome. So, about myself, guys, I'm Viper Strike 95. I've been streaming here since 2021, and I've done all sorts of series in the past. I remember my first series back in 2021. I was a huge baseball fan, so I decided to do a GA series where I flew to every single Major League Baseball team, plus Montreal as well. And it was a 26 stream journey that I did. We flew all sorts of planes. We flew through every single team stadium. We got to fly through, and I got to teach you guys about not only about baseball, but I also taught about you guys the history of the teams and the players that played here, the rules, and just the basic lore of the sport. And I did that. That was my first series back then. It just brings me some nostalgia when I first started streaming that. I also did another historical series as well. I did the 1926 Berlin-Beijing flights. I took the Junkers G-52, took off from Tempelhof, and we made our way across Mother Russia, all the way to Beijing. Definitely a very, very good experience. But yeah, it's been pretty crazy for over 2 years. And I can't wait to do even more stuff this year. So yeah, if you guys want to know who's flying along with us today, we actually have Copperstick and Bossman with us. Copperstick's in the DC-3 like myself, and Bossman is in the 4-engine version of the DC-3, the DC-6. Hakiru, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much, my dude. Thanks for the follow, everyone. I mean, man, this has been absolutely crazy already. So, if you guys want to know our journey today, let me pull up my nav map. So today, we're going to be flying from Erickson Air Station. This is Shemya. So we are going to cross all of the Aleutians today. Through the Rat Islands, then the Adrianoff, then the Fox, and then through the Fox Islands, all the way to Cold Bay, Alaska. So we're going to be visiting through almost all of the Aleutians, which is going to be pretty awesome to say the least. We're going to see lots of volcanoes and mountains and all that. So this should be a really scenic flight. So definitely, guys, bring out your cameras when you want to. Oh, and by the way, everyone, and by the way, this is a group flight, everyone. You guys are more than welcome to join in if you guys want to. Feel free to join. If you do want to take a plane for this, just take something that can at least keep, just at least keep up with something that can keep up with a DC-3. For example, a DC-3 would be perfect for this flight. But if you don't want to fly DC-3, just at least fly something that can keep up with it, like Kodiak, or a Cessna 208, or a DA-62. Just something that can at least keep up to 160, 170 knots, and you're pretty much good to go. Feel free to take anything you feel like they can keep up with it. I'm not that picky about what planes to take. Like I said, I want everyone to join along in the trip and have a lot of fun. So, feel free to, and definitely join along. There we go, guys. So yeah, DC-3, or take any plane that can fly around that part. That's. Oh, what server? Great question. We are in Southeast Asia. We're in the Southeast Asia server today. I mainly fly there just because not too many people fly on that server, so I don't have to worry about server issues compared to, let's say, if I fly on East USA. So it's been a thing for many of the streamers. So we go Southeast Asia. That's what we've been doing today. But yeah, so my plan is for the next stream is on Wednesday. I'm taking the ATR next week. I'm planning on taking the ATR, I believe the 42. I'm going to take it from Alice Springs, round trip Alice Springs to Ayers Rock and back. Because I want to fly more of the Northern Territory of Australia. I've already flown on Australia streams 3 times. I did first one flying Sydney in the Fokker, that's last year. Then about a couple weeks ago, took from Sydney to Hamilton Island, which is a beautiful island. It's basically the airport's basically the Princess Juliana of Australia. Absolutely stunning scenery. And then obviously on this past Friday, Canberra to Melbourne. So this time I want to take the ATR to the Northern Territory. Check out Uluru, and of course the scenery around Alice Springs. I've been through that area a few times on my own. It's definitely very pretty. You can't find the moment your PC's in the shop. Ooh, getting some nice upgrades. Ooh, that sounds awesome. You're gonna get some nice upgrades for the PC. All right, is it gonna be upgraded graphics card or GPUs or something like that? But yeah, that sounds good. I just hope everything works, because sometimes people might make mistakes and they blow up in their face. I hope that nothing gets affected or deep. But yeah, it sounds really good. Hey, Chronico, good to see ya. Oh, thank you, Chronico. Oh, upgraded motherboard, CPU, and cooling system. Ah, cool. Yeah. You definitely don't want to forget your cooling system too. And don't forget to clean up if you have like air cooling with the fans. Don't forget to get the dust off of it, because dust generates heat and all that. You're gonna fly with me. All that sounds good. So guys, we're approaching the first set of islands in about, let's say, about 50 nautical miles. We'll be approaching the first group of islands we're going to be visiting. So let's go ahead and talk about a few of the islands here. Now, and if you guys are here for the first time, Oh, good, you got PC vacuum. Oh, good. Okay, that's great. Yeah, don't forget to clean off the fans. But if you guys are here for the first time, I prepared all these slideshows for you guys. And I got slideshows of other stuff I've done in the past. But I have slideshows from here, and I'm gonna give you guys a little bit to know about each of the places we're going to be flying. So right here is the first island group. Now this is on the Russian side, and that is the Commander Islands, which includes Bering Island and Medny. These are the Commander Islands. So these islands here are about 109 miles east of the Kamacha Peninsula, located in the far east of Russia. They consist of Bering Island, Medny Island, and 15 other smaller islands. However, they're mostly uninhabited, with one exception being the village of Nikolskoye, which is around a population of 613 people, located on Bering Island, and that's the only permanently inhabited place in these islands. But basically, they're mainly part of Russia. So you see the pictures of these islands as well in the pictures. And then the near islands. This is the ones we took off from. And those islands include and these islands here include Atu Island and a few others. Atu and Agatu are the largest islands of the Nears, and they shelter a few rocks between them. Yeah, I copy and pasted. And these islands were actually most well known for being taken by the Japanese during the Second World War when they occupied them. And they became the first foreign military to occupy American soil since the British did in war in 1812. And these were the only American territories that actually Japan took from the American in the mainland United States. But the Americans thankfully retook them back during the Aleutian Islands campaign in 1943. But now we got to see the big Atu Island a little last Sunday, and it's actually still uninhabited, which is the largest inhabited island in the United States. And the entire area is basically a U.S. National Historic Landmark. But definitely a pretty cool area to visit. And then we're going to be visiting the Rat Islands. This is going to be the next islands we're going to be visiting. We're going to be approaching them. So the Rat Islands. These are a group of volcanic islands in the Aleutians, between Boulder Island and the Near Islands group. And the largest islands we're going to be checking out: Kiska, Little Kiska, Segula, Hawadox, Kostov, Davidoff, Little Sikit, Amachka, and Semi-Pochnoi Island. But the total land area of these islands is around 360 square miles, and none of them are actually inhabited by any people. And actually, the name Rat Islands came from the English translation that was given by Captain Fyodor Petrovich Leke in 1827 when he visited there on a voyage. And the reason they were named rats was because they were accidentally introduced to the island of Hawadox, which was formerly Rat Island. Thankfully, Rat Island's now rat-free thanks to in 2009. But yeah, these are a little group of islands as well. So we'll be flying near them. We won't be flying over them, but we will definitely see them in the distance when we come soon. So we're gonna have all that as well. But yeah, I'd like to give educational stuff too. I want to have a fun, chill night stream, and I'll let you guys know about all the places we're gonna be visiting. So that way you guys can actually know where we're flying. And I think it's great that there's someone out there, be like a little tour guide and just give you all the information needed as well. So yeah, I wanted to ask you guys, I hope you guys are having a great weekend as well. I had a great time yesterday, just chilling out. We had a big yard sale today. Not yet today, but yesterday we had a big yard sale, which was, we had to clear out some stuff in the basement and all that, and now we sold it, which is going to be pretty cool, to say the least, but it opened up a lot of space in the basement. So there is some bit of MSFS news I do want to talk about. But yeah, let's go get some MSFS news. First one is going to be, if you guys like Caronado products, they had just announced of a new Caronado plane. The Caronado, the Cessna 182 RG, the retractable version of the Cessna 182, which was actually, I believe, the first Caronado plane in the sim. So they brought in the retractable gear variant, but there's actually a couple of differences between this and the normal 182. It's actually more, it has higher cruise speed and better fuel efficiency compared to the standard version. And this thing's going to actually have, which is actually going to have a steam gauge department as well. So it's going to have steam gauge, all that sort of stuff. But it's got that old school Cessna feel. But yeah, they're going to bring, and they're going to also come out here and say they're going to bring their entire existing portfolio to the sim, which is going to be very, very cool. But like I said, Caronato's also got the multiplayer sound issues. That's the only thing that kept me from getting their Caronado planes. But I'm glad to see that they're bringing a popular plane like the Cessna 182. Now, speaking of which, Allison Johnson has been flying the Cessna. She was flying the 172 because they didn't have the 180. So maybe she might actually take this. As well, and then the Phoenix A320 has celebrated its first anniversary this past week. And they actually said here, according to the development team, that they're going to focus on the IAE engines with, as well with the engine stuff for the A320, overhaul display graphics. But the big thing they want to focus on is performance. Because if you know anything about the Phoenix A320, it's quite a performance hog. But also improvements to the flight model, and an even more effective and an even greater improvement to the EFB system. So now we don't have a release date in sight, but it is definitely going to be very exciting news if you're a fan of the Phoenix A320, because everyone knows it is the premier A320 third-party thing for the A320, without questions. If you're a fan of those planes, I say it's pretty good for you guys. Yeah, very, very cool. Some news. So like I said, that's some of the news for right now, since I last streamed. I like to give you guys some bit of news to talk about for a bit while we do it. We are going to be here for about 5 hours today. We got a long way to go. So guys, if you look to our right, we do see some of the Rat Islands. Right here is probably the largest island in land area, the longest. This is Kiska Island, and we can see the Kiska volcano in the distance. So there's our volcano in that distance. Oh, server connection is poor. Oh. Yeah. Guess that is one of the issues of Southeast Asia is like your server connection isn't really the greatest. But, but I guess that is just what it has to be. There is Kiska Island, the first of the major island chains here in the Aleutian. Definitely a very, very beautiful view here. So there's Bossman still with us. I wonder where Copperstick went, unless he appeared. Now, if there's one thing I do wish Alaska was improved on, it is definitely the satellite data. The thing about Alaska is beautiful area as well. We've got that in front of us. We're now going to head. So there's definitely our first major island we're going to be checking out. There it is. Now, if you guys want to see my previous VODs, I actually posted them here in my YouTube channel. These are my VODs. There's the island groups. What multiplayer weather do you use? Good question. The multiplayer settings, we just use all players. In the weather I'm using today, it is the calm wind setting. I have the SoFi Weather Preset Pro, which is what I use. What's the username is your sim? Oh yeah. Here's my gamer tag, by the way. Viper Strike 95110 is my gamer tag. So if you guys want to add me as a friend and all that, so you can find where I'm at, here we go. Click on that then. Yeah, definitely very, very soon. Look at me. Look at all the islands here. Yeah, these group here are the Rat Islands to our right. There we go. Mine is Winged Rat. Nice. Oh, there's Dash 82. Here we go. See ya. In the DC-3. Nice. Oh yeah, I saw your whisper there, boss man. Yeah, I do like old cars. In fact, I do like some of the older cars as well and newer ones. I used to be much bigger in the cars back then. I know the one who's in cars in my family is my dad. Mainly, my dad's into Hondas. But yeah, you can't go wrong with a Honda, you know. There's Kestrel as well. Good to see a Kestrel in the F-35, the Lightning II, as they call as the official name. Oh no! Your sim just crashed? Oh, that app. Oh, I think when you spawn in, it causes the crash. Oh dear, that stinks. Sorry to hear about that, Cockyroom. Um, yeah, that's. Yeah, I hate when that happens. Like, I don't get crashes usually because I don't think I have that many add-ons. But yeah, it still sucks. I don't have to tell you that much. Hope we can get back in soon. So we have quite a few islands. And then there's another volcano. This is Segula Island. To the northeast is Segula. And then right next to it, just a bit ahead, this is Little Sitkin Island. Little Sitkin Island's there as well. There are definitely that as well. And I think so we have quite a few islands we're going to be heading up to the distance. definitely got some beautiful scenery here, as always. So right now, on our way, we are about 768 nautical miles. I probably my fuel 74% on the left main tanks. So I still got plenty of fuel left. You sure are flying fast. Not really that fast, Ringbolt. I'm flying at 158 knots, which you may think it's actually fast, but it's actually not that fast because in a real DC-3 Ringbolt, the DC-3's main cruise speed is around 207 miles an hour, which is around 170 knots. It says in the performance it's around 180 knots, so we're actually flying much slower than what the DC-3 is actually capable of. So if anything, we're not really flying that fast. That's flying a bit right where it should normally cruise at, just if not a little slower. Look at that. That's pretty crazy to think about this. All the islands and all that. Different volcanoes and all that through each of the islands. I mean, I could go faster than that, Ringbolt, if I really want. I'm gonna go faster than I probably want. Oh yeah, there you are, Wing Web. See ya. Wingweb, which is Green Bolt. There's Bossman. There's Kestrel. Great to have you guys flying along with us today. So we'll be flying through all that pretty soon. So yeah, great to have you guys here. All sorts of people flying along today. Just a nice chilled out stream here. We're just about 750 nautical miles from our stop here in Cold Bay, which should be around just under 5 hours. Yeah, just about under 5 hours left to go. There's big old boss man here. You got cold hard starts too. Yeah, definitely for sure. I mean, this is pretty crazy. Just, I'm currently running a follower goal of 700. So we're at 678 right now. We are about 22 more left to go before we smash the 700 goal. So we are definitely a long way to go here with our flight. Yeah, pretty crazy that there's so many little volcanoes just popping around the islands. And we're going to see them all over today's flight. It's going to be pretty crazy. So, definitely pretty crazy. We'll be So coming up here is probably on Seismo Pochnoi Island. Gonna come up soon. Which is known as having 7 hills as the island. Which is mainly an area home to many different types of bird species, like mainly nesting species such as the Aleutian cackling goose, block ptarmigan, storm petrels, and tough puffins all make their home here in these islands. Make their home here. It's actually in the island's also home to Mount Young, which is actually used to be Mount Cerberus, who was named after long-serving Alaska Representative Don Young. Yosava. Oh, Yosava, got it. Yeah, Yosava. Good to see you, Willie. Yeah. Good. We got quite a lot of people here today. As well. Picked up the speed a little bit, 164 knots. So, J-Voss beat Bien. J-Vi beat. J-Vi beat. 4 languages. GVA Bien. J-Vi Bien. Whoops. Just flying in. There is Mount Young I see in the distance. Semi-Seapole Island is right in front of us. So we might be able to see Mount Young in the distance, potentially. There is that. Man, we got a lot of people with us today. It's pretty crazy. We got tons of people here. I mean, how awesome is that going to be, guys? I mean, all of you guys here. Pretty awesome.
I'm just trying to get me bearings.
But yeah, I do have some pretty interesting information about the DC-3. So I actually have some. I found out something weird in the research. So the DC-3 has actually had a pretty interesting amount of variants. There's all sorts of variants, but first they have a sleeper train variant, which can actually carry 24 passengers, known as a DST. Which was the first major variant before the modern DC-3 planes for civil aviation. Then apparently they also created a super DC-3 known as the DC-3S, which was powered by two 1,400 horsepower Pratt & Whitney R2000 engines. Which is pretty crazy. The super DC-3 is, well, basically which they also stretched the fuselage, adding nearly 39 inches to the nose and all of that. So basically, the Super DC-3 is basically a DC-3 that is even more powerful than the normal DC-3. But the reason why that never catched on was because of all the World War II planes that were built, and there were so many other airline options. But yeah, the Super DC-3 basically is a longer DC-3. Pretty crazy thing that they made a Super DC. Super DC. It said this thing could actually cruise to 251 miles an hour, which is around 218 knots, which is pretty impressive for such a DC-3, and a maximum range of 2,500 mile to nautical mile. In a range of 2,500 miles, which is around 2,172 nautical miles in a Super DC-3, which is pretty insane to think about. Which is pretty impressive for a plane that was produced in the 40s. Oh, the King keeps crashing for me. Something to do with graphics. Oh, no. Yeah, a lot of people have this graphics issue. It's that graphics card error thing. That's an issue a lot of people have. But yeah, a lot of people have this bug. That's Oh, you had a new NVIDIA update. Now, my NVIDIA has already been updated, so I'm not having any issues with it, but yeah, it's mainly with that. Good to see a Scoop. Good to see you, Scoop. Good morning to you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. We're just passing over the Aleutian Islands today. We're flying across from Shemya Island all the way to Cold Bay, Alaska, in the Alaskan mainland. So that is where we're doing today. So we're currently right now, we're about to fly over Semi-Sopochnoi Island, home to Mount Young. So we're flying over that as well. But yeah, I'm doing really, really well. Yeah, it's a driver's issue, Cockeroo. I mean, I know you updated your driver and all that, that's for sure. It might be taking a bit of a while, I guess. Maybe restart the computer a bit. Maybe see if that fixes it. But like I said, I never had this issue for some reason. I never had an issue. Yeah, you can always roll back your driver to a previous version if you need to. Well, it didn't help. I haven't played it since there's been a new driver. I used to roll back drivers to not crash. I guess probably roll back if I were you. Yeah, yeah, this does not look like a normal island for some reason. That's not what the island actually looks like, funnily enough. In real life, the island is much more mountainous. The island in real life is much more mountainous than that. All of us should have been very mountainous. Let me do this. Okay. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Alright. I just got all your friend requests, so I got that taken care of. But yeah, this mountain in real life could be much more mountainous. Like there's Mount Young, it should be like pretty mountainous, but instead it's flat, which makes no sense. Someone forgot to update an island. Yes, the satellite data for some reason wasn't good. It's supposed to be more mountainous. But thankfully though, this is maybe just be one island that has an issue and not the entire thing. That would stink if the rest of them have an issue. There are some other variants of the DC-3. There's one called the Lizanov Li-2, which is basically the Soviet version of the DC-3. But basically, it was powered by two 900 horsepower engines or 1,000 horsepower Chechov ASH-62 engines, which are smaller span and heavier empty weight. As a result, and then there's quite a few military planes like the C-41A, in a couple of versions like the RD-4, which is basically super DC-3s. And then there's the military versions. And one of the most interesting versions of the DC-3 that a lot of people don't know about is the AC-47. I know most people think the DC-3 is mainly a transport plane, but it actually was actually the first major gunship that was used by the U.S. Air Force as a fixed-wing gunship. So they took a C-47, and they were modified by sticking three 7.62 millimeter miniguns through the rear window. And since it can orbit for hours, it can provide suppressing fire over an area of around 52 yards in diameter. And then some of them also got the M2 30 caliber AN M2 machine guns for the M1919 Brownings. And all that sort of stuff. And they were the first gunships that were used. Pretty crazy stuff. And oh my goodness, Anvar74 with the follow. Thank you so much. Yeah, I had a couple I know the latest couple of NVIDIA drivers caused issue for a lot of people. However, you generally get a fatal graphics error and you have to force to reboot your PC. That is probably correct. Oh, Super Typhoon said AN2 engines. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, those are the engines in the AN2, which, if you guys don't know about the AN2, like Typhon said, it's basically the largest biplane in the... It is huge. That AN2 is a lot bigger than you think, and yet that AN2 can also take off at very short times. Yeah, the AN2 is pretty crazy. Then there are other DC-3 variants. There's ones for photo reconnaissance, the RC-47, search air rescue, VIP transport. Some of them were even upgraded with superchargers and extra fuel to do the through the hump. This is C-47B. Then there's a troop transport version of the C-53 Sky Trooper. There are all sorts of different variants as well. And then there are also tons of conversions for this thing in the 1950s. Some of them had turboprop engines. For example, there were 2 of them converted with the Rolls-Royce turboprop engines, and they were used quite a bit with the turbodart engine. And then there was one with a couple more turboprop engines. But the most well-known turboprop conversion is the Basler BT-67, which was made by Basler Turbo Conversions out of Oshkosh. They basically remanufactured and modified the DC-3s, replacing those turboprops with Pratt & Whitney PT6 turboprop engines that you could find on a lot of modern-day turboprops. On a bunch of planes, including the King Airs, the PC6 Porters, the Twin Otter, and they put them with 2 of those engines. And these things can go considerably quicker than the normal DCs. Those bad boys can do 210 knots of cruise speed, and they still have a pretty nice long range of 2,100 nautical miles with a long-range fuel tank. But those versions also include upgraded avionics, strengthened airframe, longer fuselage, more. But basically, it's a very impressive DC conversion. Definitely one of the best conversions of. But and here's another really interesting one too. Someone did a tri-turboprop version called the Conroy Tri-Turbo 3, which they put 3 PT6 turboprop engines in. This thing could cruise up to 200 knots of cruise speed, and it had a range of 2,300 nautical miles with 3 turboprop. Designed by Conroy Aircraft. I mean, it's pretty crazy to think that there were DC-3s that had 3 engines. Weird as that sounds. Pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, I'm getting this one. Your graphics card kind of problem, Microsoft. Be right back to restart. No worries, Cockaroo. No worries at all. Hope you get that issue fixed. Yeah, for some reason, I never have this issue. And what's this? Oh, 787 AppGeek has now followed the channel. Good to see you, 787 AppGeek. I hope you're doing well. We're flying over the Aleutian Islands today in the mighty DC-3. We're doing Lake 31 of our World Tour recreation of what Breitling did in 2017, and this is Lake 31. We're going to fly to Cold Bay, Alaska today. So definitely a very scenic journey on the way for sure. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, 787 AppGeek. Look at that. We just cracked 680 follows. That's pretty awesome today. Just 20 away from 700. That's already done. Yeah, there's a whole website based on the Bastler if you want to check it out. I'm allowed to post links. Try lowering your graphics also. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes lowering your yes, lowering your graphics setting would also be pretty good too. Yeah, maybe lowering your graphics might be a good idea. That's what I've done. I don't want to put it ultra, but I put it just high, and that solved quite a bit of my issues too. But yeah, everything's been running super smooth today. Right. But yeah, this link here is Bastler Turbo Conversions. So they actually they talk all about the BT-67. This is Bastler. This is what they do for a living. Yep, went on the high end and then did a few tweaks. It's running smooth as ever now. Exactly. That's what I've done too. Used to be on ultra, but I moved down the high end and everything's been super smooth. And mind you, the graphics are still really good on it. This is the Bastler Turbo Conversions. So you can, and we can look at the BT-67. So we have the BT-67 basically. What they did compared to a normal DC-3, they stretched the fuselage a bit. They improved the fuel system and hydraulics. An all-new cockpit. They actually had a new nacelle to house those two turboprop engines. Improved wingtip and leading edge. Expanded two brakes. Of course, and the big old turboprop engines. Reinforcing the structure. It's basically almost like a new DC-3, but it's upgraded a bit. And the BT-67 is definitely very cool. It's a very versatile plane, and some of the advantage of taking this over, let's say, some of the other turboprops is A, low operation cost compared to a similar twin turboprop. Because this plane has historically been a transport plane, the BT-67 can carry a lot of cargo. In fact, the BT-67 can actually carry around nearly 13,000 pounds of cargo. Pretty insane. It can carry tons of cargo. It also, the BT-67 can take off at really short runways. You'd be surprised. The BT-67 can actually take off around 3,000 feet, which is actually pretty good for something like this. It's pretty quiet, and it's certified for known ice, and has tons of conversion options from passenger to cargo and more. Like I said, it's definitely got a lot of it as well. And here's some of the specifications of this plane. And some of these pictures of what the cockpit looks like. Yeah, it's completely changed. So you got their modern avionics, your modern systems with your modern engines and propellers. Electrical systems, fire detection, servo ailerons, upgraded fuel systems. I mean, interior, and I mean, they got all sorts of options you can put in this thing. Long-range fuel dumps, autopilot, de-ice boots, high utility weight, lightweight floor, cargo door, side-facing seats, combinations, combi seating, AC, all sorts of stuff. And they even have special mission stuff, because yes, the BT-67 is actually used by some of the world's militaries. Actually use this thing, funnily enough, I kid you not. It's currently used by the Colombian Air Force, El Salvadorans, Guatemala, Bali, Mauritania, in Thailand have all used this thing for their militaries. And in fact, they actually use this as a gunship. I kid you not. And in fact, the Colombian Air Force used this thing as a gunship with forward-looking infrared ball. So this thing can do nighttime missions as a gunship. But it's also got retractable skis, worldwide communication, mission consoles, cockpit armor, and wing hardpoints. So for the military purposes, we would never realizing how flying with these type of aircrafts before cabin pressurization. Correct. I wish I could get this from people have. Exactly, I do wish I have it. But I mean, I'm running really good on my system, Scoop. I'm running this on a Lenovo Legion laptop, I kid you not. But I mean, it's still running really good. I have a laptop. Connected to 2 monitors, I'm still getting great performance, so I'm not bad. So that's the BT-67 power performance, powered by this PT-6R engine. So, this thing is pretty cool. It can take off up to 99 degrees Fahrenheit, and the max continuous thing can go to 119 degrees. And look at some of the, and this is in comparison to the normal DC-3 as comparison. It's the one we're flying. This thing has a higher takeoff weight, but it can also, and its cargo and handling load is actually pretty cool. It can actually handle 14 pounds of cargo, compared to the normal DC's only 9,000. That's almost an improvement by over 50% higher useful load compared to a normal DC. Obviously, this thing has a long-range tank, so it has more volume. It's longer. It's actually almost good 10 feet longer. More powerful engines, and definitely a much faster cruise speed. In fact, a good 40 knots faster than a normal diesel. Yes, the range is a little worse compared to the normal DC-3 range, but once you add the long-range fuel, it can go up to 2,100 nautical miles. Pretty insane. I mean, that's very, very impressive. The BT-67, it's very capable. And this thing also has avionics. And it's got the Genesis cockpit, but it's got a couple cockpit functions. You have Genesis cockpit with your autopilot. It's got 3-axis autopilot with receivers. And then it's got your Sandell one with your Garmin systems attached to it. In fact, this actually is very similar to what the DC-3 pilots did in our journey. They had a retrofitted cockpit with modern avionics. That's what they did. So this is what the cockpit looks like. You got all your systems up here. Looks really good. Yeah, looks very good. But basically, I would love to have the BT-67 in the sim. Like, that would definitely be a point I want to have, is the BT-67. Because I fly so much of the DC-3, I would love to see if someone could bring that to the sim. With modern avionics and stuff, I would definitely fly that. Like, I know that, I know there's a BT-67 for, FSX, that was made by Flyaway Simulations. They have a BT-67, but I would love to see if someone brought that to this simulator. I mean, with the modern avionics and all that, I'm gonna be happy to do. So, that would be, because think about all the fun stuff I can do in Alaska and Canada. That would be a bunch of fun. That would be fun. So over to our left is definitely something much more impressive. Than the last one. This is the first major island. This here is Mount Garrett. This is the Alaska Maritime National Wildlife Reserve. Definitely a very beautiful area here. We have Boss Man. We have Winged Web. Yeah, but yeah, basically back in the 77, you got to be, yeah, like before pressurization, they had to go at 3 low altitude. Yeah, very, very much so. Which is your personal composite aircraft? Oh, I'm a Boeing guy, 787.5 geek. My favorite is absolutely the 787 Dreamliner. Definitely the 787. That is my favorite. I love the good old Dreamliner. I get it though. The 787s have a quite a bit of a history with a lot of engineering stuff, but the Dreamliner though has still been my favorite. And I'm very excited for when the avionics update comes out in June. When we get the working tile systems in this thing, I mean, I'm very excited because once that comes out, I'm definitely gonna take that out for a stream or two, flying the Dreamliner. But it is such a cool plane. The Dreamliner is a very versatile plane. It has the 8 variant, which is the shortest variant. Which is great for a lot of the smaller ones. But I do like the 787. I want to fly it a lot more once the new update. So I like the 787. I can't wait for it in June. Yeah, the wing flux is great too. Yeah, I like the 787. But yeah, the plane I'm most excited to see for the Boeing stuff is the 75 because that is my personal favorite Boeing. Oh man, look at this island. Oh, that is. Oh, that is a pretty island, guys. Get your cameras out for this one. That is. Yeah, the Boeing, the 777 is also cool too. Like I said, PMDG is coming out the 777. That and the 75 are the two airliners I'm looking forward the most to this year. I know the 75 isn't going to come out until late this year, but 777, I'm very, very excited. Absolutely stunning here today. Oh, that is. Oh, I think you guys actually probably agree with me on this one. What an absolutely beautiful sight. Now, they did this one right, really. Oh yeah, definitely take the pictures. Oh yeah, if you guys want to check out, I have my Discord up. If you guys want to check it out, post your DC-3 pictures on the Discord. I got. You just saw from the announcement. Oh, they just released a new update. Oh yes, you're gonna get the yeah, they're gonna come out on Xbox next month. That's gonna be great news. I get why PMDG is taking a while though. They want to make sure they get this thing right because you know what happened with the DC-6. I don't blame them for Xbox, but definitely seeing them coming to Xbox is definitely going to be very, very exciting. Because, like I said, the 737 is the airliner I fly the most by a wide margin. So, I like the DC-7. Oh, yeah, the good old DC-7. That's definitely a great. I actually seen a DC-7 in the sim. In real life, actually. I seen the DC-7 in real life, by the way. I saw in the Delta Flight Museum, they actually, I saw one in exhibit there as well. Its call tag is November 4887 Charlie. And I've been to the Delta Flight Museum in Atlanta, so I got to see one of these. But basically, it's very similar to a DC-6, except with even more crazy performance. Because it was a piston engine plane. It was an extremely powerful piston engine DC-6. Because these bad boys were powered by 3,400 horsepower engines. Which they go up to 3,400 horsepower, but they change the horsepower depending on altitude. But apparently this thing had the insane cruise speed of this thing is 301 knots, which is very fast at the time. And apparently this thing had crazy range, up to 5,000, with max fuel, up to nearly 5,000 nautical miles. An absolute beast of them. I mean, if you thought the DC-6 was a pretty powerful airliner in its own right, but yeah, it's even faster. Yeah, I'm also kind of excited for the beta for the EFB. That's definitely also pretty good news. I get why they're probably waiting for a bit of a while. They want to make sure things are getting right. If I know anything about PMDG, they don't want to make any major flaws or anything. I can respect. We're going to go ahead and talk about the next island chain, guys. I think we're at this point. We're going to go ahead and discuss the Adrianoff Islands. These are the next islands of the Aleutians, located between 50 degrees north and 172 degrees to the west. There actually are people living on the island. 412 people live on the island, mainly in the city of Adak and Adak Islands. And the largest islands in the group include Garloy, which is where we just passed over, but also Tanaga Island, Adak, Great Sikin Island, Atka Island, and Seguin Island. And usually they're quite kind of foggy and treeless because winds are always constant. And the Adrianoff Islands were actually named after the Russian navigator Adrian Polska, who was the first European to actually explore the islands in 1761. So, definitely a pretty recent little island here as well. Oh yeah, the Red Wings constellation's gone through a lot of changes since it first released. I know Two Cats has been flying that a lot. So yeah, we're getting very close to turning. To our left, we should see another island to our left. These are the Adrianoff Islands. So this is Tanaga Island to our left. This is Tanaga. Oh, these are Tanaga Island. Oh yeah, let me go check my fuel. I don't want to fall out of the sky. Okay, the fuel's still really good. 50% in the main tanks. That's really good. I set them to lean because we're going to be traveling along the way. I want to keep flying the air as long as I can. Stretch. So if you guys weren't aware yesterday, thanks for the heads up, Typhon. Apparently some Irish Egypt's about to come in and make a bigger day. AJH. Ah, Jesus. Hey, Gotta go. Time to make some food. Thank you for the stream. Thank you so much, Onvar74, for coming along in the chats. I do appreciate you being here. I hope to see you again on the next stream I'm going to be on. Hope to see you again soon, and have a great rest of the day. I hope you enjoy your food, and see you soon, my friend. Take care. It's great to have all you guys here as well. I mean, it's been a great day. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, who's that in the MB339? I actually remember this. This plane right there is my first ever add-on, was the MB339. Same here, food this time. Also, thank you so much, Man Gaming, for joining along in the channel. Thank you, and thanks for flying along, my friend. I mean, we still got a lot more of the Illusion Islands to go, but thank you so much. I hope you have a great rest of your day as well. We're going to go ahead and turn to 86 degrees. We're going to... Jesus! Two-Toe Murphy with the rate of 103. Welcome on in, Fireflies. It's Viper Strike 95 here. Great to see you guys. I know Merv's been probably having fun with the choppers. Get to the chopper. Get to the chopper, baby. We're gonna keep going. Good to see you guys here, Dougal McTavish. Thank you guys for the raid. We're doing length 31 of our DC-3 trip. And we're here in the Aleutian Islands today. We're actually on for leg 31 of our trip, and we're over the Aleutians right now. We're actually in the Adrianoff Island chain of the Aleutians. I hope you're doing well, Merv and the Fireflies. Great to see all of you guys here. So we have quite a few people with us. We have Wingweb, which is actually Ringbolt, and we got some awesome MB339 flying. I believe Papu Stick's probably the one to blame. David Nolan, good to see you. Yeah, this is a cool location. The Aleutians are an awesome part of Alaska. Definitely the part of Alaska a lot of people don't really explore too much. Like I said, it's islands. But great to see you, Murph. I hope you had an amazing stream as always. Let me go give a shout out for let's see if the Two-Toe Murphy shout out works. So, I know someone else who's had the bot issue. Fine, I'm just kidding. Yes, that has a 2-minute timer, but I'm gonna have to. Yeah, the bot's broken. Sponsor 6 has got this issue. Oh, you have flown there. Nice. So check out the Two-Toe Murphy. An amazing dude. As always, Murph is a great friend, and he's helping out the stream. I'm wearing his gear. I got the hat. I got the T-shirt. Yeah. But definitely if you haven't followed Two-Toe Murphy, check him out. He's an amazing dude. So yeah, we're doing this DC-3 flight as always. Thankfully, we actually started back in Shemya Island. So, no, not this. Oh, Jesus. So, our plan for today, we started at Shemya Island, and we passed through the Rat Islands first. So we're going to go to the Adrianoff Islands. Then from the Adrianoff, we're going to continue northeast and enter to the Fox Islands. And we're going to go all the way up through Nicholasy, Unalaska, until we finally make our stop here at Coal Bay, Alaska, which is right in the Alaska mainland. So this should definitely be a really cool flight. If you guys want to join in, you guys are more than welcome to join along in with the flight. We are in the Southeast Asia server. And feel free to take either a DC-3 or just take any one you want that can keep up with it. Yeah, it's going to be a great time, and I mean, look at the state of this, guys. Look at the state of it. It is very, very cool here in the Aleutians. We're going to be going through all of it. in a single flight, nonetheless. Absolutely beautiful. Just stunning. Oh yeah, you went for the H145 from Japan to Canada. Ooh, nice, David. Yeah, we're getting very close to Adak Island coming up soon, but I mean, let me just put this in camera, everyone. Just to let you see it. I mean, oh, very, very pretty. Right here. But yeah, very, very cool day, everyone. I mean, it's just been such a great time here. I've loved this DC-3 trip. This is gonna be my last leg for 2 weeks. I got a vacation coming up, so we're just doing some flying around the islands. Just absolutely stunning. So I hope you guys are having a great weekend, Fireflies. I hope you Fireflies have had a great weekend so far, in flying around much of the world. I know you guys have got quite a few achievements, for Firefly Air. We got a brand new achievement along the way, which is apparently we have a TV show related achievement that Six Knots and Nighthawk came up with. So that's what he's coming up with. So it's a pretty easy achievement. You just fly around much of the parts of Australia from round trip around Sydney. This should be a pretty easy achievement. With the TV show Neighbours. So that's your achievement. So if you be a good time to get some pretty easy XP. And then I also finished the the Qantas duty schedule as well, so I got that completed. So, this is just great seeing you guys here as always. So I also stream here on Wednesdays and Fridays as well. Wednesdays are the Firefly Air streams. We go in the airliners. We'll be taking the Boeing 737, but also now it's going to be the ATR family of planes. I will be taking the ATR 72 this upcoming Wednesday, which will be my last stream before I go. But we'll be headed to Uluru, which also formerly known as Ayers Rock. We'll be traveling up there for the day, and we'll do a round trip between Alice Springs and the airport, and we'll just do a round trip and explore the Australian outback with the air. So that should be a lot of fun for sure. Yeah, this area is very, very. I mean, especially if you take like an old flying boat, like from a Goose, Widget, or something like that. Yeah. We're doing quite well. So I want to ask you all in the chat. I know there's been some pretty big news going on, as well. So I want to ask you guys a thing. So the thing I wanted to think about asking is when we come back So when I come back from vacation and do the Ayers Rock stream, I won't be back for 2 weeks. So I'm thinking about something for Wednesday's stream, with the 7th. I know I want to take the 737 somewhere, but I don't know what I'm thinking. Should I go somewhere a little different? I mean, there could be Japan I'm thinking about. I'm also potentially thinking about Southeast Asia. Or I could go somewhere completely different. So yeah, I wonder what you guys can think about. I'm thinking about some sort of airline stream. Or you guys have any suggestions as well for the Friday stream too. Because like I said, there's quite a few places I've been thinking about flying. So I have a Discord here. Oh, the picture coming along great. Nice. I know Murph's schedule also got posted. He's doing VATSIM preparation for his VATSIM event, which is going to be pretty cool that Firefire is going to do its own VATSIM event. Awesome. Wednesday, Friday the 26th, Murph is going to be Murph and the community Firefighters are going to be doing. I'm going to be gone by then, but you guys are going to have an awesome flight in the Adriatic. Oh, that's going to be a great one. Flying over the Adriatic Sea. Oh, that's going to be a great one. From Lake Ohrid, you get to fly over much of Albania, Kotor, Montenegro, Croatia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Oh, that's going to be a great flight. I mean, the Alps have got a lot of great areas to fly. Like the Adriatic coast and the Balkans have some great flying areas. They're great. So very, very excited for that as well. That sounds amazing, guys. So to our left is Konga Island. There's Kanaga Island. And of course to our right, further ahead, this is Adak Island. This is actually one of the first airports we've actually got to see is Adak. And Adak is actually home. Adak Island is also known as Father Island. This is actually the 25th largest island in the United States, with an area of 274 square miles. And in fact, Adak is actually home to the town of Adak, which is actually the southernmost town in all of Alaska. And it's also the westernmost municipality in the country. Population 171. So temperatures can get as high throughout the year. Average high temperature in Fahrenheit is 44 degrees. But here's the funny thing: the average low temperature, in this part of Alaska is only 36 degrees Fahrenheit. So it somehow stays above freezing for the entire year. For most of the year is actually just above freezing for much of the year. But pretty crazy to think about. Which is weird. It's cold, but it's not too cold, but it's not warm at all. So it's yeah, the data in this part of Alaska is actually pretty good here. Very, very scenic island. There's big old Adak right in front of us. And this thing's even got an airport up here. Adak Airport. Right up there. That's the main airport on the island. And that's because this area has a large naval aviation pass. So as a result, despite the Aleutians being pretty remote, it's actually got a pretty large airport. And it even has its own ILS system. So ADAC airports across the distance, Papa Alpha Delta Kilo. And believe it or not, this airport is the farthest western airfield with passenger service in the entire United States. And it's one of the largest airports in the entire Aleutian Islands. And the runway is also long, around 7,800 feet of runway. And it's a world-class facility, and it was built by the U.S. Navy. And in fact, Alaska Airlines even operates the flight out of Anchorage. Pretty crazy to think about. So. Yeah, pretty cool stuff about the island. Just shows that this part of Alaska definitely has its own history. I mean, you guys probably agree with me. I mean, look at the state of all this. State. Ow. Ow. Eat it. Very good. Let's check my fuel situation, guys. We are 42%, so we're doing really, really well with our fuel situation. And we're about 583 nautical miles from our for our final leg. If you guys want to join along with the flight, we are on the Southeast Asia server, and I recommend there are two recommendations: a DC-3 of your own, which would match the theme of this stream. But if you want to fly something a bit more modern, or feel something crazy, just fly anything that can keep up 160, 170 knots. Yeah, we have Copper-Stick, Gaskins Maxim, we have Winged Web with us as well. We've got quite a few people with us today. Yeah, today has been absolutely beautiful to me. Hey, that might actually be an idea for an airliner stream. Try the airliners through the Aleutians. Maybe try Anchorage to Sitka. I wonder if that would be pretty cool. Yeah, from ADAC. But yeah, feel free if you guys want to join in. But I bet some of you were tired about yesterday's flight with Allison. You know what? I know Allison isn't here, but I'm going to give her a shout out because she is probably... I don't know how she does this. If you guys weren't aware, Allison last night, she had an insane flight last night. She flew for hours. She went from Bermuda to the Azores. I mean, 1,800 nautical miles, and she did it in a Cessna 172. And it took her about, how long was the stream? 17 hours. 17 hours. I don't even know how she does this. For me and my DC-3 trip, the longest we flew was 1,400 nautical miles. I flew around 160, 70 knots, and I did it in 8 hours. Like, Allison did this in 17. Like, it's insane. Allison Johnson, she's a legend. So if you guys haven't followed her channel, please do it. I recommend it. You won't regret it. She's an awesome and definitely one of my closest friends in the flight sim community. But yeah. I'm just giving her a shout out because she's more than her. I mean, look at the mountains here. That's crazy. Look at the mountains, guys. Oh man, look at that. Look at all the mountains around the Aleutian. This is Adak Island. Look at that. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, that might give me an idea for the next airline stream. Actually do some. Yeah, that might be an idea. Maybe not with the 737, but with the ATR, and do some Aleutian Island hopping through the. Yeah, that would be fantastic. That would be a great idea. You watched the entire thing, Super Typhon. I watched nearly all of it. Except I had to go to bed to prepare for this. So, pretty crazy, you guys. But man, what an absolute blessing. I mean, what a great day. We got 3 raids today. I mean, just stunning. I mean, the illusions are absolutely stunning today. Look at all the scenery. Just, man, that is so pretty. I'm glad they decided to fly that during the daytime rather than at night. I get why they did it to Obihiro to Shemya, but I'm kind of glad they decided to fly in the daytime, and we flew pretty early in the day, so we had plenty of time. Absolutely stunning. I mean, look at the state of this, everyone. Yep. Actually, you know, I'm going to play something a little different right now. So yeah, Adak Island. Landed nice, Wing Web. Yeah, that's Adak Airport. Very important little stop. So yeah, guys, I hope you guys are liking the scenery as much as I do. I mean, this part of the pollutions is definitely really stunning here. We're about to we're about to see more of the islands. I mean, it's pretty crazy. These part of the illusions are so rocky, but it creates a very scenic backdrop with, especially with the islands around this area. And to our left, we actually see Great Sicken Island, and you actually get to see the Great Sicken volcano to our left. This volcano right here actually rises up to a pretty impressive altitude of 5,710 feet as well. And during World War II is the site of a fuel depot, Sand Bay Naval Station, built in 1943, which was used for a lot of the fuel stuff as well. But it only had 10 people supported in the 40s, and it lasted until 1963. So, definitely a pretty nice site. Wish I could stick around, but I gotta go get some food to prepare for stream. Oh, no worries there, Ringbolt. I hope to see you soon. Thank you for coming along and flying along with me in the DC-3. Thank you so much, Ringbolt. I hope to see you again soon. Take care and have a great rest of your day as well. So we're about to head left. We should see one of the other largest islands in the area. This is Atka Island. Inamita Island. We get to see more of the illusions for this trip. So we're going to be heading up here pretty soon. Maybe later you can come back. No worries. Got some bit of time. We're 550 nautical miles away. If you guys want an ETA of that time, that's about 3 hours. We're about 3 hours away from our final stop. So, but the illusions are definitely very pretty in Alaska. Definitely a very underappreciated part in Alaska to fly over. We're going to turn left here pretty soon. continue flying over. So we're going to be heading there to straight. We're going to turn very, very quickly. Our next waypoint should be around us in about 20 nautical miles, so we'll return left. We can see quite a few more islands. I think way in the distance. This is Atka Islands, actually, when this is one of the other large islands in the United States. Let's check our fuel capacity. We are 34%, so we're doing quite well here in our DC-3. So yeah, we're getting ready to get near it. Yeah, so we're going to be going ahead and turning the 67 pretty soon. Good to see you all doing well. I know this may seem boring, but I like this nice chill sort of stuff. So Let's see some other stuff going on here. I know there's been a couple updates for the C-160. I might get the Transall at some point. As well, so I think the plan for the next, when I come back, I think Wednesday is going to be my airliner stream. But actually, Friday is, I'm actually planning on, I'm going to try something different, if that's okay. I'm going to actually stream a different game on the Friday I come back. Because there's a baseball game called Super Mega Baseball 4 that's coming out. Which is going to come out in June. So I want to actually, I may want to stream this game. I've never streamed another game besides MSFS, but I want to actually give, it's the bomb one. But yeah, it's Super Mega Baseball 4, which is going to come out. But it is basically a baseball game. It's kind of arcadey, but they're going to bring some pretty cool stuff into the game. But it's gonna feature 204 baseball pro MLB players, along with 6 new stadiums, community requested features with all that sort of stuff. But yeah, that's going to be coming in June, so I'm very, very excited to actually it's going really well, Kingsman. We're heading to we're heading through the Aleutian Islands. We're gonna head to Colby, Alaska. We're now heading towards the island of Four Mountains. Yeah, the flight's going really, really well. yeah, the flight's going really well. We got quite a few raids from Did GTV, King Cobra, and Murph have all raided today. So we got quite a lot of people coming to the channel. 680 followers. We're 20 away from reaching 700. Pretty insane to think about. I mean, very, very, very close. I would love to see at some point getting 700 at least. Would be pretty awesome by July. So the island we see here to our left, to the northwest, this is Atka Island to our west. The island only has a population of 96 people as of 2000, all of them in the city. In 2008, George W. Bush, who was on his last days being president, created the World War II Valor in the Pacific Monument, which includes 9 sites in 3 states, and that monument included the USS Arizona Memorials in Pearl Harbor, USS Utah, and USS Oklahoma Memorials. But one of the monuments on the island was actually the crashed B-24 Liberator there. There was a B-24 that deliberately crashed on the island in 1942. And this plane particularly is one of only 8 surviving D-model Liberators still remaining. And it crashed in that island when it was serving reconnaissance duty due to the poor weather conditions. But this wreck is now a U.S. National Register of Historic Places and an Alaska Heritage thing as well. So you can still see one of the old D-models. In addition to this, the island is also well known for its the Korovin volcano, which reaches up to 5,000 feet. So there's the Korovin volcano way into the distance. So there's that as well, way in the distance. Definitely some pretty interesting things. The town itself actually came around was first originated in the 1880 census, which had 236 residents, but right now it's only a population of 53 people. Which, yeah, is very low population. And nearly the entire population is belong to the Aleut tribe, which is the indigenous people of the island, with fishing being the main industry. And of course, the town also has its own airstrip, Atka Airport, which is Papa Alpha Alpha Kilo. So that's their own airport, which is a 4,500 foot runway. Just continue flying along. Yeah, we're getting pretty good through Alaska here shortly. I appreciate all you guys sticking around for the stream. Thankfully, this stream is going to end up being much quicker than the last one. We are 27%. We can go a little further. So there's Atka Island a little closer. There's Atka right over here to our left. And we have Kappa Stick still flying along. Oh, there's Gaseous Maximum here as well. So here's Gaseous Maximum and Kappa Stick. Oh my goodness, Kappa Stick. Look how low you are to the ground. Look how, it's dangerously close. Having lots of people here today, sure. So yeah, if you guys haven't checked out, I have my Discord here as well. If you want to catch into my latest streams, I hope you guys are enjoying the flights. If you guys like what you are enjoying the content as well, if you haven't followed the button, and you haven't followed me yet, I think it'd be a great time to smash that follow button. Support the channel. So we're now just under 500 nautical miles away. We're just going to continue going forward the whole flight. But a beautiful sightseeing here of the Aleutians. There's more of Akka Island. I think over this distance we could probably see the little airport on the other side. So, after we fly through Akka, we should be approaching in later on. We go through another island group, on the island of Four Mountains. This is the next group of the Aleutian Islands, another category. These are an island grouping, consisting of the islands of Amuka, Chagulak, Yonaska, Herbert, Carlisle, Jurganindak, Uliaga, and Kagamil Islands. There's no permanent populations, and these islands are only around 210 square miles. The largest islands are the Yonaska and Chuganadak Islands, including the active volcano of Mount Cleveland. And the name is actually translated from the Russian word Osterova Chetri Soboshenchene, the islands of four volcanoes. And they named it after it because of the four prominent volcanoes on each of the separate islands. So pretty interesting little group of islands over there as well. But we'll be approaching them pretty soon. We'll be approaching them in around 150 nautical miles. Get there probably an hour. Sorry about yawning. Woke up early. So when we get back next week, we'll be heading from Cold Bay, Alaska, and we're going to reach all the way to Anchorage next week. So that one's going to be considerably shorter than this one, obviously. It should be about 3 hours to get that journey done. So that one's going to be a considerably shorter journey. So, we've got quite a bit of flying left to do. It's been So, actually speaking of which, why don't I do some sort of quiz? Yeah, I think that's what I need to do. Why did I not think about that? You're going to be in the airport. How was your cruise? I haven't done my cruise yet. I've not done it yet. I'm starting this Friday. So let's go ahead and do a quiz. Let's do. Alright, let's 50 of these obscure knowledge in 2 minutes. So let's go ahead and do something like that while we fly. Which one is the most obscure? What's the least known American? 80%. Most people. What is the least most obscure United States? Most obscure. What's the most obscure American state? Hey, good to see you, Kaharia. Welcome on in. Shout out for Kaharia. Good to see you, my dear. I hope you're doing well. Check out Kaharia's streams. She does her Spitfire around the world stuff. Just doing some quick quizzes and He's the most obscure. Oh my god, Connecticut's third. What are the two most unknown states? Is it Maine? Maine and actually, speaking of this now, lurking in the background, no worries, Kaharia. Oh, oh, oh. If you look to our left, good thing we did do a quiz. This is Emila Island, actually. Emila Island's to our left. This is 46 miles long, 8 miles wide, in a land area of 172.1 square miles. The highest point reaches 2,021 feet, and there's no permanent population living on the islands. Yeah, look at all this though. That's isn't that cool, guys? Now this is a sight for sure. All right, and people say, oh, Alaska. People say, oh, this part of the world doesn't have any scenery. This certainly does. Aleutians definitely have scenery. Absolutely breathtaking. Absolutely stunning here today in this part of Alaska. Incredible. I mean, a lot of people don't realize this part of Alaska is, because of all the volcanoes and stuff going on across this, it can get quite hilly. For sure. And then, then the next one after the Island of Four Mountains, once we get past that, we should head over the Fox Islands, actually. The Fox Islands are the largest islands, and they're the closest ones to the Alaska Peninsula. They were inhabited by the Aleutians for centuries. The first European visit here was actually in 1741 when the Danish navigator Vitus Bering who was employed by the Russian Imperial Navy, searched for new sources of fur, and they ended up finding the Aleutians. And these islands in particular, the Fox, which is way in the east, are foggy all year round, very difficult to navigate because of a lot of the adverse weather and reefs. And these islands are also prone to earthquakes year round. So the larger Fox Islands include Umak, Unalaska, Amaknak, Akutan, Akun, Unimak, and Sonnak. The Fox Islands were actually the English translation of the names in the 18th century by Russian explorers. But of all the Aleutian Islands, they are actually the most famous in pop culture, as they were actually the setting of one of the most beloved PlayStation games of all time, Metal Gear Solid. They were referred to as the Fox Archipelago. But the islands were part of Metal Gear Solid, which was a very popular video game that came out in the 90s. Directed, produced, and written by the legendary video game director Hideo Kojima. And it became one of the greatest video games of all time, especially for PlayStation. It became the stealth genre's main thing. So how cool is that? We can talk about Metal Gear. As well. A weapon greater than Metal Gear. Or all the memes with the Metal Gear. So we're just about 430 nautical miles away from 16 nautical miles. We can go a little further. But if you guys don't mind, I'll be right back in just 1 second. I've got to go grab something for me to drink. Gotta refill my drink. Alright. So yeah, so in front of us is the Segwam Island. Here, we're going to begin to enter the Island of Four Mountains pretty soon. I hope you guys are enjoying the scenery. I think the scenery here is absolutely insane. But who's in the 787 Dreamliner? Calvin Stick, is that you in the Dreamliner? Yeah, that is totally you in the dreamland. But yeah, the illusions are absolutely stunning today. Like I said, this is definitely one of the more scenic flights. In fact, we got a lot more scenic flights coming up in the next couple legs. Because next leg after this one, we'll be heading to Anchorage next week. So we'll be flying around much of the Alaskan coast. We'll be checking out a few of the lakes and fly over Katmai National Park. We'll be flying around that area into Anchorage, and then after we end up at Anchorage, we'll actually be heading south to Juneau, where we'll be crossing over Kenai Fjords National Park, along the side of Kauai National Park Reserve and Glacier Bay. These very scenic flights. And then the other really long flight, which is actually going to be the longest one after this one, is 837 nautical miles, and it will be all across the Southeast Passage, flying through Admiralty Island, Vancouver Island, and into the Pacific Northwest of the Puget Sound, into Boeing Field. And that's where we cross over into the continental United States. Yeah, we got quite a lot of flying to do. And another long one, Seattle, back to Oregon, back to Seattle, back, and go through to California. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff coming on to the flight to ours. Yeah, that's good. That's true. That's a murder. 77 exists 9 years before this. Oh, yeah, that's Copperstick flying that thing. I don't have a lot of the planes, you know. I don't have a lot of the jets. Still an immersion breaker. But yeah, blame Copperstick. Only he can probably do it. But like I said, yeah, it's great being here, guys. I mean, it's a massive thank you for everyone here today for joining along with me on this flight through Alaska. We definitely have some pretty amazing scenery here as well. But just some absolutely beautiful areas today. I mean, there's just so much things about Alaska that I really do like. I mean, there's Southeast Alaska with the fjords and all that around Southeast and Southern Alaska. You have Denali with Denali National Park, the different rivers and all that, and the mountain passes all across up here, with all the way to Fairbanks and all that. And of course, you have the Aleutians as well. If you love doing island hopping stuff, you might love that. But basically, like I said, Alaska's are really stunning. That's why it's the king of a lot of the backcountry stuff. So, you okay, bro? Yeah, I'm doing well, Connor. It's just been, I'm doing just fine, Connor. I'm doing well. I'm just enjoying being chill. Just trying to chill out and enjoy this beautiful, Alaskan islands. This area. Yeah, there's Kapu. There's Gaseous Maximum. But yeah, this right here is Singam Island. This is Senquam Island, here in Alaska. So yeah, am I too late? No, not at all. Carlin, no. I am actually, you're not too late at all. In fact, we still have plenty of time. In fact, um, we have plenty of time left. Are you kidding? We are still 2.5 hours away. You have plenty of time to join along with me. Here is Segwam Island. I mean, it's pretty crazy. There are so many parts of Alaska. But, you're not too late at all, my friend. You got all the time in the world. But man, I mean, this is crazy. This part of Alaska, guys. I mean, I get it, the salad isn't the greatest here, but I still think it's very pretty. I mean, I would love to visit the Aleutians in real life at some point in my life. Visit up here. I mean, the most of Alaska I'll ever visit is all the way up to Anchorage, all around SeaWorld. I know there's helicopter tours from around Alaska, but I would love to do an air tour around SeaWorld. Because I want to actually do a scenic flight. I would kill to have a scenic flight up this part of Alaska. Maybe if I get lucky, get 2 scenic trips. Yeah, absolutely stunning place here. So, if you guys want to do anything, I have my Discord up and I have everything going on. So what I'm planning to do after I fly, after I fly today, I'm probably going to do some sort of duty schedule, just because I want to get as much XP for the VA before I leave, because I'm going to be gone for nearly 2 weeks. So I may have to grind for XP, do some XP grinding. So, but I mean, we're already doing a ton of growth here. So I'm hoping that if we reach our next XP goal, I want our new hub to be in Tokyo, because I love Japan. It's a great place to fly, lots of mountains and all that, islands, mountains. I'm hoping that's would be a new hub. But at the same time, I would also like to have an Africa hub somewhere in Africa, because Africa is really unexplored by the VA. And of course, there's also the Middle East as well. We could explore like the Middle East destinations. There's Africa. There's East Asia. I don't really want. Where are you from? Ah, good question, actually. I am actually from the United States. Um, I'm actually from the United States, Connor. I'm from the USA. I'm in the 16th state of the United States, the state of Indiana. The Hoosier State, as they call it. I live not too far from the border between Indiana and Kentucky. I'm in the southern side of the state. So that is where I'm actually from, Connor. I'm from the southern side of Indiana. Pretty cool. If you don't know anything about the Hoosier States, and you can ask me some questions, for sure. But I do know quite a few things from Indiana. Okay. It is. Is it nice out there? Yes. The weather is really nice. It's actually quite nice out here today. The weather is actually really nice. 70 degrees Fahrenheit. No rain. No chance of precipitation. The weather is perfect out here today. But Indiana is a really cool. Indiana is a really cool state. Connor. Indiana, for one, is absolutely king when it comes to motorsports, because Indiana is home to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, which is one of the world's great racing circuit. The Indianapolis 500 is raced in Indiana. My home state, also is well known for its agriculture. Indiana is the 5th largest corn producer in the world. In 2013, over 1 billion bushels of corn were harvested in the state of Indiana, along with being among the top 10 largest farming states. So mainly with corn, meat, poultry, and dairy. So, and soybeans too. And finally, the last major Indiana fact I'll probably be more than happy to give you. Indiana was well known during the 19th century for its literature, with famous novels and literature like Lew Wallace's Ben-Hur, Meredith Nicholson's The Hoosiers, James Wycliffe Riley's The Hoosier Poet produced the Little Orphan Anne story, and much more. So Indiana's got pretty rich history. It sounds cool. It definitely is. Indiana's a cool state. Oh yeah, you definitely want to go see the Indianapolis 500. I think Indianapolis 500 is an absolute tradition when you visit the city. If you're a motorsport fan, you definitely want to visit Indy. Indianapolis has got, 410 people can fit in that motor speedway, which is the largest sports venue in the world. But it's definitely, if you're a race fan, it's a once-in-a-lifetime trip to Indianapolis. Now, I've also, in addition to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, I actually been to one more motor speedway in real life. I actually visited Daytona Speedway. I actually did a tour of Daytona Speedway, which is very impressive, by the way. That's another race fan destination, is visiting Daytona International Speedway. Like, it's a huge venue. The motor speedway is massive. But yeah, I got to actually stand on the track at Daytona, which is pretty insane, because all the vehicles are banked, so I had to stand in the bank, which is pretty insane. But it just shows that how crazy it is. Yeah, those 2 tracks are going to be once in a lifetime thing, and I can't wait to go back to the motor speedway in Indianapolis. And of course, they also got a museum there too. Oh. I want to go back to. And apparently, you could take a 20. The tour is $25, but you could take a lap around the 2.5-mile oval with a 30-minute tour, and you get to actually do what race winners have done since 1996, and you can actually kiss the bricks. That's why they call it Brickyard. Yeah, it's definitely worth going. It's a tradition, and the museum's got tons of exhibitions. And featuring tons of cars that won the Motor Speedway. I haven't been to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in years. I want to see what they've changed there. And of course, I also been through another. I've also been through another motor museum myself. If you ever go down to Bowling Green, Kentucky, if you ever go down to that part of Kentucky, which I live not too far, there is the National Corvette Museum, which is a whole museum dedicated to the Chevrolet Corvette. And it's been a Bowling Green tradition of the Corvette, and that's because that is where the Corvette's being made. But it is a whole national museum dedicated to the Chevrolet Corvette. But they got all sorts of Chevrolet Corvette artifacts dedicated to all things Corvette, from the history of the Corvette to the history about the designers and how they're made and all that. Now, and they even have a unique exhibit dedicated to when the sinkhole happened. There was a sinkhole back in 2013, I believe, where some of the cars were actually sunk in. Those are priceless Corvettes. Got sunk into it. But it's definitely a really cool place to be. And of course, you can even tour. In fact, you can even tour at the Chevrolet Corvette plant. Really cool. And you can see how the Corvettes work. Very, very cool. Oh, there's Kaharia. And yes, Kaharia, I did get the updated Spitfire, by the way. I haven't flown the Spitfire since it got updated, though. I'm curious to see how it flies. But I know Fine Art did a really huge update for it, so. Absolutely cool. So we have Kaharia in the Spit. So that's so ahead of us. This is the island of the Four Mountains ahead of us. We're actually there's the Spitfire. There's Kaharia in the Spit. Hello, my dear. Great to have you here as well. So, yeah. There's so many things I do like about motor museums. Like, here's the Corvette. But, I mean, there's a lot of motor museums all over. I mean, Nashville has the Lane Motor Museum, of largest European collection of cars, European cars in the U.S. There's the Packard Museum. There's the Packard Museum all the way up in, I believe, yeah, it's around Dayton. There's the American Packard Museum in Dayton, Ohio. South Bend, around Fort Wayne, South Bend, has got home museums. And of course, Detroit has the Automotive Hall of Fame as well. But there's a lot of motorsport museums and all that. Now, another museum I would like to check out as well. I haven't been to this museum in a long time, but I've been to the museum a couple of times. But I would love to go back at some point, and that is the National Museum of the U.S. Air Force, which is at Wright-Patt Air Force Base. But it is an amazing museum. It's got there you go, Karen. But yeah, it is the world's largest and oldest aviation museum. It's got so many planes out there. I mean, if you've never been to the Air Force Base, Dayton itself has a rich aviation history. Um, it's pretty crazy as well, but Dayton's already a rich aviation history with the Wright brothers and all that. But Dayton's extremely rich in aviation stuff. Definitely is somewhere you'd ever want to visit. And the U.S. National Museum of the Air Force has so many exhibits. I mean, for example, there's a whole exhibit dedicated to the early years of U.S. military aviation, World War II, Korea, the Cold War, and then there's missile and space stuff. There's even different parks and other stuff. And what's great is, well, this museum is completely free. But I mean, there's so many things about that museum. I could spend all day in the U.S. National Museum of the Air Force. I could spend all day there. It's such a brilliant place to visit. So here's Amuka Island, right in front of us. It is Mount Amuka. It's actually a volcano. But no, I mean, there is so many exhibits. I mean, from World War One, they got tons of World War II planes. I mean, they actually got a lot of planes in the National Museum, including some very famous planes, including the B-17 Memphis Belle and the B-29 Superfortress Boxcar. It are actually at the Air Force Museum in the U.S. And that one was the one who dropped the Fat Man bomb in Nagasaki. And it's definitely a bomber I really want to see in the sim. I'm more of a B-29 Superfortress guy than I am with the 17. Though I know many people would love to see the 17. Let's check the fuel situation. Oh yeah. I need to change fuel. Left ox, right auxiliary. No, I don't want off. Oh crap. Oh crap, I gotta get this. Oh crap, I gotta get the engine restart. Yeah, that happened. So when I changed the settings, it actually went to off. So now I have to actually redo all of that again. Yeah, I have to rechange the heading because I don't want to hit it. But yeah, the U.S. That museum is crazy. They got the B-29 Superfortress. They got not just American planes, but they got German planes. They got a F-190, an ME-262, and 1663 Comets. They even got two Spitfire models in the museum, a Mark V and a Mark 11 Interceptor. Oh, look at that. Get the camera right for this one. Man, she's a beaut. Yeah, I hit the controls of the fuel tank sector. Yeah, same here. Like, thankfully, I got this bird back to normal. But yeah, she is an absolute beauty of a volcano. Yeah, you can definitely see there are so many volcanoes around this area. It's not funny. I mean, look at that for a view. That's crazy. Um, view of this is just absolutely stunning. I bet. I mean, look at the state of this. Oh, the mini mountains all across the Aleutian. That's so. 357 nautical mile, guys. We're about 2 hours away. We're about just over 2 hours left of this journey. Still gotta get through the rest of it. Um, yeah, they got all sorts of exhibits. It's crazy. So yeah, if you love military aviation, and if you're in the United States, you definitely want to go. Even if you're not an American and you are interested about American military aviation, you definitely want to check it. They got all sorts of plans. Now, of course, if you're more of a fan of naval aviation, I've also been to the Naval Aviation Museum in Pensacola, Florida. That is also a really great museum as well, and they have lots of really cool stuff. They got flight simulators, cockpit trainers, a big theater, and of course tons of galleries to see all sorts of planes. I mean, you get all sorts of naval aviation planes, and they include the NC-4, which was a flying boat that flew um, from the United States to Portugal, which was an old flying boat back in the 1920s. It was an old Curtiss NC-4, which was actually the first plane ever to and they were the first, and this was actually the first plane to fly across the Atlantic Ocean back in the old days. But they also feature a lot of other planes too. From the Ford Trimotor, they got the P-40s. Of course, they got your Cutlasses, your F-7U Cutlass, the B-25 Mitchell, which one of those was actually from the Doolittle Raiders. The Catalina, of course, everyone knows about the people like Catalina, and of course, they got the Hellcat and the Corsair. Absolute beast of military planes. Yeah, they have all sorts of exhibits. I mean, if you like naval aviation, you definitely want to check out this museum. So very, very cool. But yeah, I would definitely like to check it out. So many really cool places. And then to our left, to our left is Yonaska Island. This is actually one of the largest islands in this version of the chains. Definitely some fury. Yeah, there's more islands up there in front of us. There is Herbert Island, and we see Chugganack Island, Carlisle. But yeah, this whole area is literally dedicated to just mountains and volcanoes. Yeah, there's Kapu Stick, and Kaharia in Spitz. I mean, that's definitely very, very immersive. Yeah, there's a lot of aviation museums. I would like to visit. There's the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum, in DC. Of course, there's the Military Aviation Museum in Virginia Beach. I would like to go there at some point, which, mind you, has is one of the world's largest collection of flying warbirds. They're actually in flying condition. They got tons of planes there actually in flying condition at that place. And then there is actually Pearl Harbor, which I want to check out as well as Pearl Harbor's aviation. Which, I mean, is cool. Like I said, there's a lot of aviation museums I want to check out. There's the military aviation one in Virginia Beach, like I mentioned. And they got a lot of planes that are actually still in flying condition from both World Wars. Apparently, they got a flyable Spitfire, Mustang, a Corsair that's now flyable, a Wildcat, and even a Mitchell. They're all flyable. They got tons of planes in their kit that are now flyable. And in fact, they even restored an ME-262 in flying condition. They actually now make it in flying condition. It's absolutely insane. Yes, they need. I agree, Google. I agree. They need to fix those sounds. You don't even have to ask me twice. They need to get rid of these sounds. But yeah, they got an ME-262 restored and all that. And of course, they got tons of World War. Yeah, basically, there's just so many different places I want to go for aviation stuff. Obviously, there's still the Air and Space Museum in DC to visit. I mean, they got so many really cool stuff in the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum. They got a 247, DC-3. I mean, they got so much stuff in the exhibits. But they got so many exhibits. I believe the Spirit of St. Louis is actually in the museum as well. The old Spirit of St. Louis. Of course, they also got another center in Virginia as well. They got tons of aerospace exhibitions as well. I would love to visit them. Yeah, exactly. They were made to fly there. Absolutely. Can't go wrong with that combination. You don't even have to ask me twice. Yeah, it's a scope of skin and blue mesh for liver. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I haven't flown the Spirit of St. Louis in the sim really much. Maybe at some point, maybe I can do. I know he flew it over to Louisville. I know that one of his trips he flew it from to Louisville, Kentucky. That was one of his. Maybe I can. Um, maybe I could find his promotional goodwill tours of the Spirit of St. Louis. I might actually fly that. But it's yeah, the Spirit of St. Louis is in the National Aerospace Museum in Smithsonian. So definitely. Oh yeah, the Spirit of St. Louis tours. Yeah, I may want to look at that. He did a couple of tours around the United States. Ah, that might be a new series. There's no way I can do the Spirit of St. Louis line, but maybe that might be a future idea. And he did all those. He did a Google tour of the 48 states at the time. He got to visit Seattle, Portland, Crater Lake, San Francisco, Yosemite, oh, Oklahoma City, Fort Worth, Dallas. Yeah, that might be a future idea. So his goodwill thing started in Washington D.C. He also did flights not only of the United States, but he also did flights across Latin America. Yeah. 31 hours on the Atlantic went. Oh no. Why would you want me to fight 31 hours on the Atlantic? I you know me, Super Typhon. I struggle with 8 hours of streaming. You want me to go 31 hours over the Atlantic? You know, you're more likely to hear me. You're more. I mean, if I mean, you're probably more likely for me to play a rated game on this stream in this channel than you're gonna get me to 31 hours. And I'm not doing it because I'm mean. I'm doing this because I'm actually serious. I'm not going to do 31 hours over the Atlantic. I'm not stupid. I may, in fact, if I rather go 31 hours around the world than do in a jet plane than do that. At least with the jet I have autopilot on. Yeah, it was a meme when he did it. Exactly. But In the Blue Yonder is different for me. Um, So yeah, here's more islands to our left. I mean, look at this, guys. That is... absolutely insane. Look at all the volcanoes. I mean, this is insane. But yeah. But basically, but yeah, the Goodwill tour would definitely be definitely be a series I probably could think about for the future. Now, obviously, those are going to be some long flights because he flew from Washington to Mexico, which took 27 hours. I don't think I can do that. But maybe I'll start from Mexico City down would be a little easier with Spirit of St. Louis. But that would definitely be an interesting idea for a series before flying all the way back to St. Louis. Absolutely incredible. So ahead of us is this is the Fox Islands ahead of us, and ahead of us it is Mount Visitoff, which is one of the tall islands. This is Nicholas Eye Air Station, actually. It's part of Fox Island. And apparently, one of the most interesting things about the Unmac Island is that right next to the airport is actually a DC-3, a C-47 that actually crashed in the 1960s. And in fact, it's still in the DC-3 is still in around the airstrip ever since. So, hey, good to see you, Ion. Aeon, good to see you. Welcome on in. So, we're heading our way. We're gonna head our way over to Cold Bay, Alaska. We took off way back at Shemya Island about 600 nautical miles ago. Which is definitely a long flight. We crossed over the Rat Islands, and we just passed the Adrianoff Islands and the island of Four Mountains, and now we're heading our way over to the Fox Islands, which is some of the longest islands in all of the Aleutians. So, we're doing some Alaskan flying today. Hope you're doing well. I hope your Sunday's going great. We definitely have a really great flight here. Oh, thank you so much. So we have quite a few people with us here in the Spitfire. And I mean, look at the scenery here, guys. Isn't that just stunning? There's all the different volcanoes around the islands. Yeah. Pretty impressive flying here by everyone. So I do want to talk about more about the Aleutian Islands. Let's go ahead and talk about them. I got my slideshow ready. Let's go ahead and talk about the next one. So what about the climate of the Aleutian Islands? You may ask. Well, climate-wise, it's actually pre-oceanic, with moderate and fairly uniform temperatures and heavy rainfall. And of course, the thing you gotta expect the most about these islands is fog. Fogs are always a constant in the Aleutians, which makes it pretty difficult to navigate from one area to the other. And you'd be surprised, actually. Now, in the summer, the weather is much cooler than compared to, let's say, Southeast Alaska. For example, Dutch Harbor, for example, its main temperatures in here. For example, in Unalaska Island is Unalaska. For example, in Unalaska, the climate around here is pretty low. For example, the average high usually in the summertime is around 57 degrees in the summer, whereas in the low winters, the average low is actually just a bit below freezing in the winter. It's just a little below freezing. Whereas compare that to Sitka, which is the Russian capital, it gets significantly warmer in the summer, but it also, as a result, so it gets a little cooler, but it's not that cool in comparison, if you get what I mean. In addition to this as well, the Aleutian Islands also it's also got a bit of a low pressure area known as the Aleutian Low during the winter. And also the Aleutians are some of the rainiest parts of the United States. Around, for example, in Unalaska, it's around 250 rainy days a year. So it's pretty rainy. So rain definitely is a thing in temperatures as well. And then for flora and fauna, for flora, there really isn't a lot of flora here. Even though it lasts for 135 days, but there's only a few vegetables raised here. And the vast majority of the island chain is actually devoid of native trees. And one of the big reasons I think that's the case is because of the winds. Only a handful of islands even have trees, and those were remnants when the Russians came here. And whatever trees do grow, they only reach a height at maximum of 10 feet, which is pretty crazy. And that's because, similar to that of the Falklands, they experience some really strong wind, which means trees might snap really easily due to their tall size. So most likely the most common vegetation you see here in the Aleutians are a dense growth of herbs and shrubs like crowberry, blue joint, grasses, sedges, and other flowering plants. as well. They are mainly the main animals that grow, main plants that do grow here. And then for animals, at least, there's actually quite a few fauna living in these islands. The main ones are lots of seabirds. In fact, colonies of seabirds make their homes here. For example, Bull Deer Island has over 21 different seabird breeding species, including the endemic red-legged kittiwake. But you can also find colonies in many various islands all throughout it, mainly by migrating Asiatic birds like the common rosefinch, Siberian rubythroat, and the egret. And of course, much of the habitats of the Aleutians are still unspoiled by human activity, but wildlife is still has competition from cattle, caribou, and foxes, and nearly all of them are protected as part of the Alaska Maritime National Wildlife Refuge in the Aleutian Islands Wilderness. But of course, the Aleutians are also well known for lots of aquatic species. Sea otters, for example, live up in these Aleutian Islands, and they are a very important keystone species as they help promote the growth of kelp forest, and sea otters control the sea urchin population. In addition to that, you can also find other animal species, including the stellar sea lions, and of course, you can find all sorts of whale species in part of Alaska, including the orca, which is the world's largest dolphin species. Yes, they may be named killer whales, but they're actually dolphins. They're massive. Pretty crazy stuff. So the island we're here is on the island of this is the island of Unmak. This is Unnak Island. Umnak Island. It's the third largest island of the Aleutians, 19th largest island in the United States, home to a large volcanic caldera and Mount Okmok as well. So there's the big old mountain of Onok. And there's only one community living here. They live in Nicholasai with a population of only 39 people live in this settlement. And in fact, around 2010, only 18 people have lived there. 18 people. Which is pretty crazy to think about. Also, in addition, northeast of the island is actually Fort Glenn, and this was a very important military installation during World War II. So, definitely a very important area to visit. Yeah, guys. Hey, Humber. Good to see you, Humber. Welcome on in, my friend. We're just about 270 nautical miles away from our destination at Cold Bay, Alaska. We were traveling all throughout the Aleutian Islands. We are just about under 2 hours left to go for our DC-3 trip. We're crossing through the Aleutians. I mean, this is absolutely beautiful today. We have I mean, this is very impressive. So there is Nikoliski. So yeah, in terms of other stuff going on, so in terms of sports news, for baseball at least, so the Rays are doing pretty decent. They won the last 2 games. Finally, the Rays are continuing to win. The Rays are doing pretty decent here. They finally got a couple more wins, which is huge. But I mean, the Orioles are absolutely tearing things up. The Orioles are playing amazing this year. Second in the East. I mean, they're absolutely been insane this year. I mean, I knew the Orioles were pretty good, but I didn't think the Orioles improved that much. But yeah, give credit to Baltimore's great. AL West is now led by the Texas Rangers, and Houston's not far behind. The Central's dominated by Minnesota. And then the NL East is dominated by the Braves, who've been pretty good. The Marlins are not far out with 24 wins. The NL Central's tied between the Brewers and the Pirates. And then the NL West is now ruled by the LA Dodgers. So, definitely some pretty big baseball stuff. Oh yeah, and by the way, guys, we will be doing a stream for Major League Baseball All-Star Game. Hey, good to see you. Brazil, says Beneves. First time chat, good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, we're here in the DC-3. From Brazil. Yeah, I've flown to Brazil a few times. There VNAVs. I probably should do some sort of thing in Brazil, but I mean, Brazil's a really, really cool. Really cool area. I mean, you got the Amazon rainforest, you got Isaguna Falls, which is along with the border between Brazil and Argentina, is the Iguazu Falls, which is absolutely scenic. And of course, you have Sao Paulo and Rio. Yeah, Brazil's definitely a very, very cool area for sure. So yeah. Okay, I just got a new FS Hub thing. Let's see. FS Hub Unicom panel. Oh, he's releasing a new update for FS Hub. So they're gonna have some new features later tonight. So if you guys are on Firefly Air or anything like that, they got a new update for FS Hub. So apparently the new platform update is going to be new charter flights. So they have active assignments, like helicopter ops, charter flights, military stuff, and other non-route based flights. Which is going to be really great news because it's going to open up even more opportunities for the VA for more kind of flight. Ooh, that's very exciting. Yeah, there's Nickel, and there's that airstrip down over this. Very, very exciting news. things up a little bit. So yeah, I think today I'm wondering who might still be on once we get ready. So a bit of interesting thing about now. Let me give you a bit of biology stuff. Now this dolphin actually lives around the world. It's called the orca. If you guys have never been around your wildlife documentaries, but orcas are actually part of the dolphin family. Even though they're named killer whales, they're actually dolphins. But they can be found in the world's oceans, and they can be found everywhere from the from tropical seas to the Arctic regions of Antarctica and Arctic, and they eat nearly everything, and they're one of the apex predators in the ocean with no natural predators. They're highly sociable with matriarch groups, with sophisticated hunting techniques and vocal behaviors, and they are extremely capable animals. And I mean, they eat all sorts of animals. They eat fish, cephalopods. They eat marine mammals like dolphins, belugas, and they may even eat bigger whales like sperm whales, gray whales, and humpbacks, and even as large as a blue whale. They eat all sorts of fish species like sharks, rays, salmon, and more. And they even eat, ironically, they even eat bird species. Mainly penguins in the Antarctic waters. Also cormorants and gulls as well. It's pretty crazy to think about orcas. They do all sorts of stuff. And they're extremely intelligent animals too. Orcas are among the second heaviest brains of any in marine mammals. And they're extremely intelligent. As it can solve problems, curiosity and playfulness. Pretty smart animals. And these orcas can live as long as 50 to 80 years. So apparently one of them can live up to 105 years old. He has 100-year-old orcas. Crazy that sounds. Yeah, orcas are definitely very cool. Yeah. Hey, PAKO is close to the airport to you? Yep, it is. In the top right corner of the stream is the closest airport thing. So yeah, Papa Alpha Kilo Oscar's the closest, but coming up is actually Papa Alpha Uniform Alpha is the next closest. And that's further ahead. Good. Hey, look at this. There is. I mean, it's crazy the scenery here in the Aleutians. On the absolutely awesome. Yeah, copy. See if I can catch you. Gotcha. Thanks for coming along, Scoop. But yeah, we're actually going to approach Papa Alpha Uniform Alpha, so that would be a lot easier for you to catch up. Now, to our right is Unalaska. This is actually the second largest island in all of the Aleutians. With an area of over 1,000 square miles, its home is where the port of Dutch Harbor is located, and the population is around 1,700 residents. And the town of Unalaska is actually I believe, one of the largest communities in all of the Aleutians. So, hey, Alert Badger, good to see you first time in chat. I'm doing quite well, Badger. We're heading our way to Cold Bay, Alaska, and we're going all the way up to Cold Bay. We took off a long time ago. Here's our map. Thanks for the follow, Alert Badger. So we took off from all the way to Shemya Island. This was all the way back in there. We traveled through the entire Aleutians. We're going to go through the entire Aleutians. There's the Rat Islands. We flew over that. Adrianoff Islands, the Island of Four Mountains. And now we're heading to the Big Fox Islands, where you can find some of the largest islands in all of the Aleutians. So that's what we're doing so far, is traveling through here, and we're going to make our way up to Cold Bay, Alaska. And this is actually going to be our last DC-3 flight of for about over 2 weeks, because I'm going to be on a vacation. 777 escorts intensify. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, pretty crazy stuff. But yeah, there you go, Scoop. I see ya. But yeah, we're getting very, very close. All right, enjoy the last. I'm gonna head out. Enjoy the DC-3 fight. Thank you so much, Alert Badger, for coming along. I hope to see you see you next time, and I hope you have a great rest of your Sunday. So have a great rest of the day. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna take a restroom break for just a sec. I'll be right back. So. Yeah, this is Unalaska. This is the second largest island of the Aleutians to it, right? So as we fly through the Aleutians, let me give you some bit of information, a bit more slide. So economically, the Aleutian Islands mainly is fishing. Fishing is the #1 industry. There used to be sheep and reindeer, but with synthetic fibers, sheep raising passed away. So mainly fishing. Now, agriculture-wise, the only crop is really potatoes, and chickens are raised in barns that are protected from the cold. But fishing is the big industry, as the Aleutians have, well, there's so much fish. There's tons of different fish species that live on the island. Now, the Aleutian Islands has actually a bit of a history. In prehistorical times, it was theorized that the Aleutian Islands were part of the route that connected between Eurasia and the Americas. However, it's actually found in south. And people living in the Aleutian Islands developed the fine skills of hunting, fishing, and basketry, as hunters made weapons and watercraft. However, we think it started in the European history. Started in 1741, when Danish navigator and member of the Imperial Russian Navy, he set on a voyage to discover the North Pacific on the ships St. Peter and St. Paul. And apparently after the ships were separated from the storm, Chirkov, Alexei Chirkov, discovered several eastern islands in the Aleutian group, and Bering discovered some of the western islands. Bering was shipwrecked and died in the Commander Islands, which one of the bears named, but Chirkov actually survived. And apparently they found all sorts of islands all across. Soon, Siberian fur hunters flocked to the Commander Islands and gradually moved eastward across the Aleutian Islands to the mainland of Alaska, and in this manner, Russia actually gained a foothold in the northwest coast of North America. Yes, Russia, of all things. Enough. And the Aleutian Islands belonged to Russia until it transferred all of its possessions to the United States in 1867 with the Alaska Purchase. During the consolidation of the Russian-American company, there was conflict with the native population, which was frequently disastrous to the poorly outnumbered Russians. Then they soon entered a relatively stable state based on cooperation, intermarriage, and official policies. Within a generation, the day-to-day administration of the colonies was largely in the hands of the native-born Alaska. As a result, once Alaska was purchased by the United States, the islands were further developed with new buildings and a headquarters for the revenue cutters, which patrolled the sealing grounds. And soon in 1959 and 1924, American citizenship is all to Native Americans in Alaska. But the big thing was during World War II. There were only 2 invasions of the United States during the war, and they were happening here in the Aleutians, when the Japanese occupied Attu and Kiska Islands. Apparently, they were intended to possibly divert American forces away from the main Japanese attack in Midway. But the Americans knew that this was actually just a diversion. And soon, the Aleutian Island campaigns, they liberated the Aleutian Islands and defeated the Japanese. And FDR visited the Adak Island in 1944 and became known as Dutch Harbor Remembrance Day as a result. So that's just a brief history of the Aleutian Islands. Just giving you a history. But this is Unalaska as well. Unalaska is the Aleut name of the island. It's mainly near the mainland of Alaska. As well. But Unalaska is most well known for Dutch Harbor, which it was actually a natural harbor on the island of Anamak Island. It was the site of the Battle of Dutch Harbor in 1942, which was one of the few sites in the U.S. where the U.S. is subject to aerial bombardment by a foreign power, besides the attack of Pearl Harbor. And it's home to now a very important fishing industry back in the Dutch Harbor. One of the things that Dutch Harbor is well known for is one of the top-ranked fishing ports in the world, as you can find huge harvest of pollock and cod in the Bering Sea. It has a rich ecosystem. And of course, I think many people know Dutch Harbor is where the Discovery Channel reality series Deadliest Catch was actually originated from. Since 2005, they actually went to Dutch Harbor. And that show, ever since, has been one of the most popular shows on the Discovery Channel. It was actually Deadliest Catch. They were from Dutch Harbor. That's something pretty interesting to keep in mind for sure. What's good, says Neducks. Good to see you, Neducks. I hope you're doing well. We're heading our way over to Cold Bay, Alaska. We're currently heading towards Dutch Harbor, right in the community of Unalaska. So, I wonder if we're going to need to climb a little bit. I would like to get past the islands, but I mean, the mountains are going to make it very, very... Yeah, everything's going pretty good, my friend. I hope you're having a great Sunday. So yeah, everything's going pretty well. We got quite a few people flying along. We have Scoop flying along. I think Compensation was flying earlier. Um, but yeah, we had quite a good stream here today. We got three major raids today, which was very, very nice. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and I may take over this manually because I want to be very careful to fly over the Dutch harbor because we're gonna be hitting near it soon, and don't think 3,500 feet's gonna be enough, unless I do some good flying. So, but yeah, we got some. But once we get through this flying, I mean, we don't really have too many massively long streams. I mean, we got still a couple more flights. That's still somewhat long. Absolutely, just very beautiful. Just a stunning area. And we're going to be doing plenty more flying in Alaska for the next 2 weeks afterward. I'm just gonna go ahead and move the pitch upwards, so we can actually clear this. And pitch this nose up. Try to tempt it. So we should. Hey, Mongo7, good to see you, Mongo. Hello, welcome on in, Mongo. So we're about here as well. Climbing through. We're gonna be flying over Dutch Harbor soon. This is where Deadliest Catch have done their film, but also where you can find many historic World War II areas of Dutch Harbor. In fact, Dutch Harbor was the first aerial attack by an enemy in the continental U.S. Okay, we'll be flying over it. So let's continue climbing up. We are about just about an hour away, guys. We only have an hour left to fly and left to do, and we can end the stream and we'll end our flight. Yeah, no issues. So, we flew over the hills and so we're here. It should be Dutch Harbor to our below us. Yeah, I'm waiting for when the Basler comes out. That would be amazing. So here it is, guys. Here is Unalaska. It's Dutch Harbor. We're going to go ahead and climb and head back down. The good news is this is the only place where we have to worry about altitude really much. Everything else is pretty smooth sailing from here. We're going to go like that. But yeah, 1 hour away, everyone. Got 1 hour left. So here it is, guys. Here is on Dutch Harbor. To our right. Should see the community of Unalaska to our right. There's the Dutch Harbor Airport right here. This is Papa Alpha Delta Uniform. This is Dutch Harbor Airport. So let's grab that. So pretty cool site here as well. I mean, just really cool. Oh yeah, apparently I'm hearing news about the Rays ownership. Apparently now got news. So apparently the Rays, apparently their teams now are trying to buy the Tampa Bay Rays now. So I'm hoping that if someone could buy the Rays and move them to downtown Tampa, that would be awesome. Because Tampa would have no issue drawing in the Rays. Just the problem is the Rays play all the way in St. Petersburg. That's definitely been a big issue for quite a while now. Fine, we're flying over. So yeah, we're getting very, very close, everyone. Thank you guys so much for being here today. We're about 158 nautical miles out of Cold Bay, Alaska. And we're about very close to the Alaskan mainland. I mean, thank you guys so much for being here for today's stream. Again, it's another long stream, but we're doing very, very well today. I mean, you guys have been pretty amazing today, and we're going to find someone good to raid once we get done. Let's. Oh, this would be interesting. Let's do this one then. Okay. We got a quiz here. So, which of these 10 United States suffers the worst tornadoes over a 20-year period? Yes, the U.S. has had tornado issues over all this time. Now, which of these 10 states have the worst tornadoes? Before we get started, you guys want to make any predictions? In the chat? If not, don't worry, I'll probably. Let's start with 10 worst. First is going to be Oklahoma. Then we have Kansas. We have Nebraska, Missouri. No, not. Then we have Texas. Texas got tons of tornadoes. Or Iowa, Colorado, and I believe. Okay, got 60% right. Oh, okay. So here's the other ones that are actually correct: Illinois, Alabama, Mississippi, and Florida. A lot of people don't know, but yeah, Florida's 49, which puts it actually number 2 on the list. Yeah, pretty crazy. And then finally, let's. Here. Okay, European geography. Let's. Which of these countries would you not find in Europe? C. Vietnam. Which is the capital of Italy? It's definitely not Sofia. That's in Bulgaria. Madrid's in Spain. Prague is in. Czechia. So, which is where Big Ben's located? Paris has the Eiffel Tower. Milan has many of its historical Roman stuff. It's going to be C. London. Which is the smallest by area? Definitely the Vatican City. Not even close. Which of these mountains are located in Europe? C. Mount Blanc. Denali's in Alaska. Everest is bordering Nepal and China. And Kilimanjaro is in Tanzania. Which part is not part of Scandinavia? Scandinavia is Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Finland. So it cannot be Belgium. The river Danube runs around. It actually does run through Belgrade, Budapest, and Vienna. It does not run through Paris. Which of these is an EU member state? It is Bulgaria. D. Which of these is a Spanish island? Sicily is an Italian island. Rhodes and Mykonos are actually Greek, so it's C. How much of the world population lives in Europe? I would probably say B, I believe. How many stars are in the Union flag? 10. I would probably say, I believe it's B. How many country borders Austria? Well, Austria is bordered by, let's. Czechia, Slovakia, Hungary, Slovenia, Italy, Liechtenstein, Czechia, Slovakia, Hungary, Slovenia, Italy, Liechtenstein, Switzerland, and Germany. D8. The most widely spoken mother tongue in the European Union is German, actually. Which country has never changed its capital? Italy, Portugal, Denmark, or Austria? Austria, it's Austria. I don't think Austria ever changed its capital. Austria has always been Vienna. And finally, which was the first Soviet Union country to declare independence? Lithuania. Let's see. Yes, I got all of them right. Woohoo! Hey, good to see you. Allison Johnson. What's up? How are you? Oh my goodness, Allison Johnson. Great to see. Allison, my dear, how you been? Oh my goodness, Allison Johnson. You must be exhausted after last night. You're actually awake? I thought you were in deep sleep. No, give me a shout out to Allison Johnson. She's amazing. If you guys love vintage and historical recreation, she is your woman to do so. She's done so many things on her streams. She's done the Amelia Earhart around the world trip twice. She did Amy Johnson. And she even completed her Lady Mary Heath series, and now she's doing a new one, Geraldine Mock, going around the world from Columbus, Ohio, and back. And last night she flew for 17 hours. I don't even want to know how you're still flying after 17 hours. But no, Allison Johnson, it's a pleasure having you here. So today, we're flying from Shemya Island at Erickson Air Station. We're ending up in Cold Bay, Alaska today. We're flying to the mainland of Alaska. So we took off. It's 912 nautical miles total for the journey, and we flew the entirety of the Aleutian Islands from the near islands, just not far off Russia. We went through the Rat Islands, the Adrianoff. And we're right now just about to enter into Unimak Island, which is the largest island in the Aleutians. Pretty crazy stuff. In Discord voice. Yeah, the chat does keep you awake for sure. Yeah, that's why I would like to have more people in the chat. Because yeah, the chat is the thing that will keep me awake too. But yeah, it's great to have you here. Yeah. So to our right, to our northeast, this is Unimak Island, way in the distance. Unimak Island is actually the largest island in all the Aleutians. It is the 9th largest island in the United States, actually, and the 134th largest, home to the moderately active volcano of Shishaldin volcano, or Mount Shishaldin volcano, one of the most active volcanoes on the planet. The island is around 1,571 square miles of land. Pretty crazy. It's home to the city of Falls Pass with a population of 64 as of the 2000 census. As well. But we got some pretty huge mountains in Syria. I'm normally in Final Fantasy 14 on Sundays, but yeah, I don't blame you for being too tired. I mean, come on. Allison, you know the longest stream I've done was last Sunday. It was 1,400 nautical miles and it was 8 hours. I mean, if I was tired after 8 hours of streaming, I don't even want to know about 17 hours of streaming. I don't even want to think about it. Okay? I just hope you get plenty of rest. Especially you're going to be back at work tomorrow. I believe you're going to be back at work, so you need all the rest you can get. But no. But yeah, lucky for me, this has been my last Sunday one for 2 weeks. This will be my last Sunday stream for 2 weeks, Allison. Because I'm going to be heading off for holiday. I mean, I can't wait to go to holiday. Especially my parents, especially. They even probably need it more than I do. Yeah, less than 12 hours, so you need one. Exactly, what Type 1 said. Rest. Rest is super important. But yeah, it's me to sort out your affiliate subs. Yeah, yes, I definitely need to do it at some point, but the issue, Allison, is it's just I don't have any work to do. It's hard to find employment with people with autism, and that's not. And I would love to get employment and have affiliate for subs. I would love to do that because I know there would be a lot of people who would sub to my channel. I know you would. I know Mark would probably do it. Obviously, Typhon for obvious reasons. Devil Dude. I know so many people would absolutely sub. It's just I still need to figure out my employment situation. As soon as I get employment and a steady income, I would be able to do it. It's just with all the taxes and stuff, that's the main reason I don't do it, because I don't work and having taxes is not good. But yeah, I would love to get that sort of situation gotcha. But no, I will let you know as soon as I allow that sort of stuff. Not now, but in the future, I would definitely do it. But that's a great question. Yes, I would like to have my own emotes too. I've already figured out some pretty cool ideas for emotes. I know the Viper is my mascot, so up the channel. So maybe I may do something with the snake emote or something. Maybe create a new snake emote for the Twitch. I probably need an emote designer, but I would love to see maybe a snake with a pilot's hat or something like that. Or maybe something really cool like, you know, with the Brazilian Expedition Force, this smoking snake, which was the Brazilian Expeditionary Force. Maybe do something like that, that would be a very fun little thing as well. That would be my emote. Oh, what I do? I put the tax saving when your payment comes and don't touch it. Do what I do. Ah, gotcha. Put the tax in saving when your payment comes in so you don't touch it. Ah, gotcha. That might be a good tip. Thank you, Allison. Yeah. If I could, I would get 550 out of 100. Yeah. But no, I'm happy the way I am. I do this because I absolutely love the community. I just love being here with all of you guys. And that's, to me, that's what ultimately matters. Being here with this community, even if I don't get that, I'm happy doing the way I am. So I could say 100. I put 40 in the savings. That way taxes would be ready to do my return. Ah, gotcha. So that's a great idea. then there's no worry. Exactly. Huh. Okay, guys, let's go through the last couple slides for today. We'll be getting ready to get going. So we're going to be visiting Cold Bay, Alaska. This is our destination for today. So what's so special about Cold Bay, Alaska? So Cold Bay, Alaska is actually population of 108. It used to be one of the main commercial centers in the Alaska Peninsula, and this place has been around since the Russian times, mainly with Fort Randall, which is located around the area, in 1942. And Cold Bay was a pretty important part of the World War II because, well, the Japanese did attack Dutch harbor, so they had to put extra troops and stuff into Cold Bay, Alaska. And it became the site for one of the largest and the most ambitious transfer program known as Project Hula, as the United States transferred dozens of ships and planes to the Soviet Union in anticipation for their entering the war against Japan. And currently, even today, the big part about this area is the airport. Cold Bay, Alaska is mainly known for its fishing areas as well, and it's also home to the Izmabek National Wildlife Refuge, which is home to all sorts of different bird species, including the black brant goose, emperor geese, and many duck species in Cold Bay, Alaska. And of course, there's the Silver Salmon Derby as well, which is a fishing contest that takes place every fall here in Cold Bay, Alaska. Participants vie in both adult and child categories for prize for the largest fish. Yes, because if you guys don't know, fishing's a massive deal in Alaska. And finally, for our final slide for today is Cold Bay Airport, Papa Alpha Charlie Delta. This airport has been around since World War II as Fort Randall Army Airfield. It eventually became, during the Cold War, an air base. But it's also one of the main civilian airports that are operated in the Alaska Peninsula. It is the 5th largest airport in all of Alaska as well. It historically had airline service with the Revolution Airways for many, many years with the Lockheed L-180 Electra and the NAMC turboprop plane from Japan. They also did jet service with the 727 as well. And currently right now, the main airlines that offer service include Aleutian Airways, Brant Aviation, and Raven Alaska are the main ones, and they mainly do flights all around, not only to Anchorage, but all around the Alaska Peninsula. So, but it's a very cool little airport as well. It's definitely a pretty big. But yeah, thank you, Allison, for giving me the suggestion about the screen thing. So thank you guys so much for being here today for this stream. It's been a massive thank you for everyone here. There's Junmak Island, guys. This is the largest island in the entire Aleutians by land area. It is a huge island and looks absolutely awesome. So But yeah, Super Typhon, I do agree. I definitely would like to have my own subs at some point, but I want to have a stable. I think that's my thing. I want to have some stable income, so something happens. But yeah, I would like to have my own emotes. I think there would be a couple really cool ones I've been thinking about. I know I want to have the snake theme because that is my channel. It is Viper stuff. I'm thinking, I think something inspired by the, I think, I think I definitely would like to have an emote inspired by the Brazilian Expeditionary Force, which, if you guys didn't know about that Expeditionary Force, it was actually part of the Brazilian Army, and they mainly participated in the liberation of Italy. And they were very much feared and respected by both the Allies and its adversaries. And Brazil was a major part, was the major South American country to send troops overseas, and their army and air force played a big part in protecting Allied shipping, crippling the maritime power of the Axis, and they did disproportionately high losses on enemy munition supply and infrastructure, despite their supplies of only 51,000. But they were very much respected by both sides. And the nickname actually came around due to a popular saying back then about more likely to first snake to smoke a pipe than the expeditionary force to go to the front and fight. And they often say the expression "a cobra vai fumar," snake with smoke. Similar to when pigs fly, but it became a part of the smoking scene. But I would like to have an emote like that. Maybe not with the cigarette, obviously, but probably something with a snake with military combat. That would be a cool one to have. Oh, actually, guys, I think I know who's active. Yeah, very, very. It's a very good. Well, we have Scoop still here. I believe Mongo's around where I'm at right now. But yeah, this is absolutely stunning. Absolutely incredible. I mean, you guys are loving this series as much as I do. I mean, this is just incredible, guys. I know many of you are still lurking in the chat, but I mean, I bet you guys probably agree with me. This is definitely a stunning scenery. But yeah. But we're very close to Cold Bay, Alaska. I wonder if we could still do land predictions. Let's try. Predict. Oh yeah. As much as we predict, type in a negative number. We're just about under an hour away. Let's check the fuel situation. And we are still looking pretty good. We definitely have enough fuel for the rest of the trip. Very, very cool. And right up here to our right is actually the tallest, I believe the tallest peak in the Aleutians, Mount Shishijalin. So that is the tallest peak. This volcano here is actually the highest mountain peak in the entire Aleutians. At around 6,500 feet is the tallest peak of the entire Aleutian Islands. The upper half of it is completely covered by glacial snow and salt and ice. And the cone is actually just less than 10,000 years old. Actually a pretty young little volcano, but it's extremely active, by the way. In fact, it last erupted just 2 years ago, January 3rd, 1920, but the first person to record a set up here was in May 16th, 1932, by G. Peterson and a few others, and his two companions. So, definitely a beautiful area as well. Oh yeah, and speaking of volcanoes, yes, the Aleutian Islands have but hey, you're still here? I don't see anyone, but I'm here. Hey, no worries, Scoop. I see you, my friend. I see you pretty clear, Scoop. I see you very clear, my friend. Before we get going, let me go ahead and let's go this way. So we are only about 70 nautical miles out. We're gonna turn left, and if just look at that, that's pretty amazing, if you ask me. Just incredible. I hope you guys enjoyed today's flight in the cruise as well. We're just flying along the Aleutians. Thankfully, though, the next leg isn't going to be so bad. It's going to be yeah, we're still going. I mean, what a stream, guys. I mean, just an awesome flight. I mean, we've been streaming here for nearly 5.5 hours. Don't really have that much longer to go, guys. We'll be getting ready to get things done. don't forget, guys, to make your land predictions. Yeah, so many people are here flying in Europe right now. So many people. But yeah, in a couple hours, by the way, FS Hub's going to release one of its bigger updates in a while. We're going to be having an update. We're going to have tons of new assignments for all the different assignments as well, and we get money and all that sort of stuff. So before we get landed, I'm going to do one more quiz. I think we're going to do one more little quiz. Here, with this. Boom. Alright, let's do this one. 15 minutes. Based on the hints, what are some history-related questions? And this is going to be interesting. We have... So this should be interesting. This is about American history, guys. Back in Fort Ola's continuously inhabited site in the United States. This settlement remains to date back in 1100 AD, is still the oldest site in the United States. Oh, before English settled, and that is St. Augustine. Oh, we're taking for this continent, Africa. Found it is St. Augustine for that one. Jamestown is the first settlement. Is now known as New York. It used to be called New Amsterdam, but now it's British soldiers Charlestown. Declaration of Independence. And that is the Lewis Clark expedition. Lewis and Clark expedition. Future, present. The Battle of New Orleans. The Alamo. How about this man? Robert E. Lee. Abraham Lincoln. During the Great Civil War, Custer's last. George Custer. Thomas Edison. After starting his company, he became one of the most richest people. Andrew Carnegie of Hawaii. This one is held in Chicago. Texas. Ford. Los Angeles. After the state legalizes gambling, the city thrives. Las Vegas. Go to Anaheim, Disneyland. Disneyland itself. This settlement ranges back to 1100 AD. Oh. Ikoma. Africa. St. Augustine. Jamestown. New York. Bunker Hill. Yep. Who is it? Clark. New Orleans. Alamo. Oh, Brigham Young. BYU. San Francisco. Robert E. Lee. Abraham Lincoln. John D. Park. George Custer. Thomas Edison. Andrew Carnegie. Hawaii. Chicago. Texas. Ford. Las Vegas. Disneyland. All 25. Got it. Whew. Okay, guys. We're soon going to make our left turn. If you guys haven't done so yet, exclamation point predict and type in a number. And we can get ready to land. We're about 25 nautical miles out of Cold Bay, Alaska. In fact, we're actually very, very close to Alaska. And we can see Cold Bay, Alaska come into the distance. We just gotta turn right next to the Frosty Volcano and Frosty Peak. So, thank you guys so much for coming here today. I mean, this has been a nice long flight. And what a great flight, guys. Can't wait for more MSFS journeys. But man, what a great flight, guys. And we got here, we ended this in pretty good time. gonna go ahead and turn. But yeah, we're gonna turn left, and we can probably wrap up the stream. So. Cold Bay, Alaska. We're about to make the landing here at the old base. I mean, thank you guys so much for coming here today. Over 5 hours of streaming. I know it wasn't nearly as crazy as it was last time. There's Cold Bay, Alaska. There is Cold Bay in sight. And I think we're going to go ahead and I'm going to deploy the landing gear. Landing gear is going to be deployed. And so yeah, what a way to end the stream, guys. I mean, and this has been a fantastic stream so far. I mean, it's 3 very impressive raids. And we just bumped up to past 670. We're actually over 680 now in just one stream. I mean, so this is it. We're going to land straight in at runway 15. And welcome to Cold Bay, Alaska. This is where we're going to rest off for 2 weeks. We're going to stay here for 2 whole weeks until we get here, and we'll be doing this again. let's just... Yep, that's it. -80. Really great landing. 910 nautical miles. Took about 5.5 hours. We're just gonna find somewhere to park and we can wrap up the stream. So just park. Yeah, right over here. So yeah, guys, thank you so much for joining along with today. I'll prepare for the raid shortly. Let me get this DC-3 parked. I'll just park. Yeah, parking right there. Perfect. Huh. Go ahead and just put the mixture down to the bottom, and we can just wrap up the stream. Here we go, guys. We did it. We made our way to Cold Bay, Alaska, guys. Welcome to mainland Alaska, everyone. Man, what a great way to wrap up the stream today. So, guys, thank you so much for being here today. So, we'll be back on Wednesday. We're going to be flying over the ATR, the Firefly Air. ATR round trip from Ayers Rock to from Alice Springs to Uluru and back. So I hope you guys have a great rest of your Sunday here. And we're gonna go prepare for our raid. So we got a raid to prepare for. We're gonna raid the Flying Fabio today. He is currently doing a he's currently getting ready to do one of his flights. He's going to be flying from Belafonte, and he's going to fly all the way to Louisville Bowman Field. So make sure you guys stick around for the raid, and I hope to see you guys soon. Take care, everyone, and have a great rest of your day, and see you all on Wednesday. Bye, everyone. Take care.